Hello. Hello. How goes? What's up? So Frequenz, how's it going? How is it going? Doing great? Awesome, awesome. I'm doing pretty good. I kind of like broke everything in the last stream, and then I like just kind of cracked the shit, and so I fixed it today. So we're good to go. We're good to go. So I'm just doing a big cleanup of like the whole thing. It's gone through like 3 or 4 massive iterations. So I just need to just get it normal again, basically. So yeah, it is doing... It's very stable now. I need to figure out what I'm actually doing with the, adding the actual, like, external velocities and stuff. But... Ignore all these big bumpy dumps, but, yeah. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. Amethyst, hello. And Felix, hello. You're famous. I gave you a shout out. There's one thing that's kind of weird about this, which I don't know if it's avoidable using a co-located grid. Or if it's just like an inherent thing that's going to be happening. But you can see there's like this little checkerboard pattern going on here. Like a little pixel-to-pixel interference happening. It's very subtle. I mean, you can't really tell. I mean, you can tell up here. See how there's this weird like banding going on? Although that banding there might not be an issue, because obviously that banding is happening because of the mesh is doing some weird stuff. But I think once I do a maximal blur, so that, you know, if there's water up here, then it will, like, blur 1 pixel outwards so that it kind of encapsulates. Because, like, obviously the, like, the height at this pixel... Why is my Steam on? The height is, like... If there's a pixel here, like that, it thinks that, oh yeah, the height is like here or something. And so when the water flows down, it will flow from here down to that kind of half pixel and it obviously doesn't look correct. How does your water mine doesn't my water doesn't water. Mine barely does as well, Jed, honestly. Barely. How close are we to the update? Look, I've had a little setback of like 3 days. Just like kind of exploring some different configurations and whatnot. I think I've settled on a paradigm. It's not perfect, but it'll get there. It'll get there. I mean, it's good enough to implement all of the other logic. If I do end up doing, you know, like a staggered grid for... So staggered grid would essentially mean that, you know, for a given grid, we have the height stored in the center, but the velocity, instead of it being a velocity like this, you know, velocity pointing in some direction from the center, it will be the x velocity stored here and the y velocity stored here. And then obviously if you wanted to get the overall velocity of this middle cell, you would then get this guy's x velocity and this guy's y velocity and whatnot. But I couldn't get that working earlier. There was a weird, like, bias towards the right and stuff. Probably because I was using a completely different advection method than what it's supposed to be. But this is, this seems stable enough for now. And detailed enough for now. So, first things first, I just want to revisit what the heck I'm doing with the input. Add water input to water sim. Let's put this over here, and you know what, go lit mode. Dustin Knapp, hello. Lunagear Azabet, I'm scared I'm too dumb to get it up and running. How tough is it for a newbie to get it going? Do I need special grass and stuff, or is it out of the box? It's a lot more ready out of the box than you know, Fluid Ninja or Fluid Flux and that kind of stuff. And there's a lot of examples. And there's a big documentation playlist on how it kind of works. The essence of it is just there are textures. So this is the water velocity texture, for example. And so I'm just using this texture in my water shader to, you know, pan these textures around using like a flow map and whatnot. So that's why you can see there's this little like vortex here, which is represented by this bit here. And so if I wanted to like do something funky, I could get you know, some where's like my meshes? Demo meshes. Let's just grab this guy and I will put this onto him. And then all that we need to do is go sample water, which all this is doing is just doing some math. You know, where is this texture supposed to be in world space? We then get the textures and then we I just have some named outputs and whatever. You can just do this manually, like you can do this part here, just kind of like raw, which I might just do because I've kind of moved all these things around. So if I then got the water velocity render target and the foliage bender, and I just said, what's the bend amount? That's a RG value. So bend amount, this guy, bend max angle. That's in degrees. So yeah, I guess 45 is good for that. Scale factor doesn't matter. Pivot points, just pivot point, wheel position, wheel position. So then, if I just put this into there, and you know what, I'll get the. I actually want to be getting this at the pivot point. Not everywhere. So then I can then just get this. Add 1, divide by 2. Put that into there, and this will just kind of start, you know, reacting to the water, basically. So we can have like a bunch of these. Let me just spam them down a little bit. I'd probably want a like a jiggler as well. So jiggle amount, the velocity, the length of the velocity, max magnitude, 5, whatever, speed, whatever, size, whatever. Time distortion would be a height mask. Is that the easy height mask? Local Z. That can just be 100. And this is all explained in the thingo. I can probably also get vertex color R as the root tip mask. And then I'll just add them together. That goes into there. And so now, just with a super simple setup like this, these reads should, well, they should be reacting to the water velocity as the water moves over them. Looks a bit silly. I don't know why they're not jiggling very much. Is it the jiggle speed? Or is it that... Oh, no. Yeah, let's go, like, jiggle magnitude 100. Why are they not jiggling very much? Oh, no, that's the time distortion amount. Ah. And then this is what I would want for the root to tip mask. Not really sure why they're not... Why does it look so quantized? Jiggle amount, scale factor, random seed. No, no. I'm not really sure why they're doing this. Well, anyway, you can see them moving around with the water, basically. With the water direction. And I mean, this is something that, you know, you might need for a particular setup. Julie, do this to me with water interaction as well. I forgot to mention that ages ago. I wonder what's causing it, because it doesn't do that with any of the other... Yeah. Maybe like a new update broke something? Okay, that's weird. Yeah, it's doing really weird things. Let's have no mask. What on earth? Eh? That's just with... What the hell's happened? Scale factor should be... Let me just... this, I know this is not... What? Okay, it's the time distortion... Time distortion amount. Doing... What the... Hey, excuse me. Wait, oh, no, maybe it's the... Oh... I see. Hey. Excuse me. Right. Okay, it was a floating point error. Because as the random seed... well, no, because I do want it... Well, actually, no. Okay, I guess if I just frack it... If I just frack this result... Right, yeah. It's because I use the pivot point XYZ all added together to give me a random number, you know, per instance. But because that number was getting so high, then it was looking like a PlayStation 1. Okay, cool. That should also mean that, yeah, this actually does work. And I should be able to get it... Okay, maybe not that much. Golly gosh. There we go. It's dancing. Nice. Let's do that to 20. Oh wait, also Jiggler is I think I wanted the Wiggler anyway. Right? Yeah, no. I wanted to use the Wiggler, not the Jiggler. Actually, let me just double check that this doesn't have the same issue as well. Random seed, pivot point, frac. Yeah, okay. So that one's fine. Well, okay, in this case, God, I'm really doing a great job of selling the plugin, aren't I? Let's just say wiggle amount, wiggle max angle, whatever, floppiness, whatever, speed, whatever, root to tip mask, this guy, scale factor, random seed, cool. Oh, and then add them together. So yeah, this is how much brain it takes to apply the plugin to, like, you know, your own meshes and stuff. It's probably going to go really crazy. Also, I should have clamped that. This. Okay, there we go. So now all the reeds are messed around with by the water. If I divided that by like 3, but then put the max angle up to 70. Hello, Adam. Yeah, it's just Restream being garbage. Also, I was thinking of doing a, okay, yeah, sorry about that. I'll turn my bitrate down so that Restream doesn't cry at me. It's actually not my fault, and it's actually not my internet. My internet is running at a beautiful 4 megabit per second. So don't blame my internet. It's just F5. All right, let's get back down to business. Yeah, I might switch to a different provider, like, you know, host. Because the reason that I like Restream is that I only have to send my stream to them once, and then they distribute it to YouTube and Twitch. Whereas if I did it myself, I would have to stream to both platforms simultaneously, which my internet just couldn't handle. Alright, so let's begin the cleanup now that we've done a little doodad. Yeah, I don't know how much of an issue these are going to become. These lines. I mean, you could just think that they're like ripples or something, maybe. I might be able to dampen them, but yeah, I don't know. Alright, Lady Cat, I'm just repositioning. I forgot I got a biscuit to dip in my big coffee cup. Mm. 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 Say hello. Come here. You just sit. Wanna come sit? Alright, she's just sit. Oh. You might just have to move. How's that? Yeah, you can sit with my arm. Will you playing work with forward shading? Yes, it should work with forward shading. I don't believe there's any reason that it shouldn't. I think someone has done it with forward shading before. Forward shading VR, I believe. Alrighty. Cool. Time for us to clean up. So, I won't do this bit yet. One thing I do want to do actually is in the water waves. Wave velocity, blah, 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 blah. I do them, like, down here. Pressure. This guy. No, I said enable. There you go. So this should be drawing the, yeah. So this is the velocity and height. What was in the alpha? Nothing. This is wave velocity. Including the internals stuff. But what I want to do is water wave velocity and height, water wave particle mass. I guess I just want to not add it to there for a sec. Yep. I just want the original wave stuff here. And I essentially want to mask out... Like, I want to ensure that this mask doesn't, like, have any data underneath the landscape, you know? So, up here, where we do water, Gerstner waves, then we do a projection, which resamples it and does this. Then we feed that into the other thing. So this is the stage that I want to mask it out by. Although, do we... Well, in the Gerstner waves, we get the... Do I get the RVT? WPO, we get the velocity from that. Oh, right, in the Gerstner waves pre-sim. Okay. So this... Oh, wait, what are you doing? Water wave RVT height. Right, and then this was supposed to be the landscape height. Which could just be static, but... Oh no, that's, what, water data? I do need the landscape height, though. Or I could just use distance fields, because... No, I guess using the height is probably a good idea. Because my idea, right, is... you can see here, I've got these velocities kind of on the edges, edging, doing edge stuff. And essentially, that's like the Gerstner waves function. Out here. And so what I'm thinking is that I will still... Good night. I'll still lerp towards these ocean waves inside the simulation, if it's in the ocean, obviously. However, around obstacles, I'll have like a fall-off area, so that, you know, the waves can, you can see here, like the waves are kind of crashing around this obstacle in, like, you know, a nice way. So we still get the actual disturbance of, you know, like a pirate ship, like a big boat, or, you know, a little rocky island in the middle of, you know, kind of deeper water. But at the same time, we get the nice uniformity of, you know, the Gerstner wave function. Because it's like pretty much impossible for it to, you know, if I set the initial velocity and height at the edges, it's like 99% impossible that it's going to actually keep that formation going this way. Especially since, in like deep ocean, waves can have different speeds, but like the shallower the water gets, I'm like 99% sure that waves can only move at one speed. Or like the speed isn't dictated by their wavelength anymore. Does that make sense? Because like in deep ocean, I think it's like past 10 meters or something, or 15 meters of depth. Or pretty much if the amplitude of the wave, like the wavelength, doesn't intersect with the bottom of the, or like 2 times the wavelength, doesn't touch the bottom of the ocean, then it's considered deep water, where waves will just do, like, you know, a large wave will, well, visually move across much faster than a small wave. But as the wavelength starts to essentially collide with the ground underneath the water, they all kind of slow down, and then I'm pretty sure the reason that they get shorter and shorter and then collapse at the shore, but not necessarily in the ocean, is that the difference in the height, so the gradient of the beach, is different from the front of the wave to the back of the wave. Does that make sense? So, yeah, I don't know what I don't know what my point was, but I think this is going to work nice. Maybe. But then, obviously, there isn't anything like this sub 100, and most of those don't even look as good. Thank you. That's exactly why I'm doing it. Also, it's a good marketing strategy, you know. I think making something affordable or cheap is like a really good way to just make sales in general. There's like a there's a weird trade-off between, like, the thing costs $100 versus, and someone buys it, versus the thing costs $50 and 2 people buy it. And there's obviously a sweet spot in there somewhere. But it's also like, okay, if it's half the price and less than 2 people buy it, it's still a better thing long term, because, as in less than 2 people versus the $100, you know, dollar price point, because more people will have the plugin, and so it has a bit more of like a long burn, like a longer lifespan, longer product life cycle. Because, like, the more people that are using it, and then people are like, oh, how are you doing that, like, with your grass and with the water and that? And they're like, oh, it's Prismatiscape, it's only $50. And they're like, whoa. You know? Whereas if it cost $100 and 1 person bought it, for every 2 that would have bought it, there's less chance of that happening. And when they do recommend it to someone else, there's the chance that it turns them off as well. Turns them off buying it, using it. Not like in a weird way. So that's my that's the optimistic and the cynical reasons that I've priced it that way. Really have the cool guy handle on OG YouTube. I don't know what that means. Do you mean like I'm cool? Am I cool? Where do I do water wave RVT height? Let me just go, what do I... So I get the world position, then Gerstner waves, do all the stuff, blah, 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 blah. Where we get all of the WPO velocity peak mask. then at the projection stage, right, we then resample them with the offset, with the WPO offset. How long is Cake out of Extended Edition? It's a little while, although I haven't I haven't done any. I'm pretty slack with the redeems, honestly, and the cat's right here, so it's kind of hard to get her in frame. I might just like disable redeems until like I've got something worth doing, like when I've inevitably gone down a big procrastination hole of making like a Twitch overlay thing, or like the Prismatica Battle Royale, you know. Because the Game 5 says, she'll be up in a minute. She's just having a little sleep on my arm, but inevitably I'll accidentally bump her. Yeah. What do I have? RVT height. And then we've also got the distance fields for each pixel, like this. So that will just be, I guess, distance to surface. Let me actually just see, water wave distance fields. Let me measure that real quick. Water wave distance field. Water wave particle mask. Can I just like get vector at sample? Oh, well, no, I can just get it from the getter. Oh, it's literally right here. Water wave distance fields, just go into there. Yeah. Okay, so that's what the DFs look like. So this is how we're gonna like generate particles. Like on the, so like this is the main simulation zone, but I actually do a bigger one. Like I do the Gerstner waves bigger in the render target, because that way I can you know, query it for like buoyancy calculations pretty cheaply in a larger radius before doing like a fallback, you know, when something's all the way over here. It probably doesn't need proper buoyancy and stuff. And then we can also do particles outside of the main simulation range. So you'll be able to see, you know, foam particles exploding here. So that's handy. And this also gives us a thinger. So yeah, okay, this is like real-time distance fields at the intersection point of the wave. Well, what should be the waves. This bit here. Doing waves like that. Also, I don't know why that... Oh, that's the wetness mask. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And then we got this really cursed little boundary here. But I think what I want to do is use the height instead. Oh yeah, the landscape height. So the landscape height could be cached as well. Get world position. Which again, this only has to be done... wait, why does this get... Water Wave WPO. Water Wave WPO. Where? What? Get work position. Why am I getting this here? Ah, so that the previous one... Right, so I can do a... Well, no, I shouldn't need to do that, though. I just don't touch that. That should have carried over from the last... thinger. Yeah. That looks like the velocity, right? Versus... No. Huh. Wait, why is that? Oh, the pixel offset. Right. Oh, yeah. Okay, the pixel offset. Which means that... Yeah, no, that should be fine. Pixel offset, that's the... Bit loud, isn't it? North Korean spy. Hello. Welcome. This is Spirits with UAE, but I'm working on a personal project. Where are some good places to ask questions about how to do things that require some back and forth with someone? Discord servers are probably the best place. You could join the Prismatica Learning Hub Discord, which is an official Discord community server. You could join Jedem's Discord server, Mizu's Discord server. Basically just a lot of Discord servers. Yeah. But just remember to give as well as take. What? The result is going to be like a MMORPG. It'll kind of feel like an MMORPG, but with lots of NPCs instead of players. What is it? RVT. Runtime virtual texture sample water. Well, no, this is landscape height. Give the thing. I hope we're not overly snobby, overcomplicated for everyone who would try. You mean Prismatica? Or do you mean the Prismatascape update? Because Prismatica will be quite complex. Although I think, like, from a design perspective, both more NPCs instead of players. Well, just because players don't roleplay, you know? Plus, fuck doing networking for an MMO. That's suicide even for me. But yeah, imagine an MMO with like 100,000 concurrent players, and all of them are like role-playing a character, you know? Like, some of the players just go and they go out into the fields and they like farm, and they get attacked by wolves and, you know, need someone to help exterminate it. So they go and ask other players, aka the townspeople, which you might be in the town at the time and you might hear them asking for help, or you might see their job posting or whatever. Because yeah, I think humans are extremely unreliable when it comes to like having fun. Humans kind of just like to fuck shit up. Whereas computers are very predictable. So you can make like, obviously you can make NPCs chaotic in a predictable way, or you know, logic. I feel like human players don't use logic, you know, because they're not bound by like mortality in a game. Whereas like an NPC, you know, has to eat to survive, otherwise they literally die. Not that they like have an instinctual drive or whatnot, but you know, they're programmed to try and survive, and therefore they will use logic, and they won't just like, you know, I mean, some of them might, but they're not just going to come up to you in the market square and just kick you in the balls and then run off and be like, haha, sit rat. Even though like some people or some NPCs will do that. But yeah. We have how many players? We'll have more players than NPCs. I I don't think any game is ever going to be able to have 1 million players in one location at the same time. Something scam citizen. But yeah, I like the idea of there being like a full simulated world full of simulated beings that are all, you know, playing. It's like the player fantasy of like or like classic like anime shit, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, I got fucking teleported, you know, the truck ran me over and I was reincarnated into this other world that has like magic and monsters and, you know, cool, funny technology and weird world building and all that kind of stuff. And you can kind of put yourself to the test. You can test, you know, if this scenario happened to me. It's like a classic like the ultimate male fantasy is zombie apocalypse, or like some kind of, you know, alien invasion, right? And every man has a plan. Like you got like everyone, you know, like let me tell you about the Roman Empire. All the guys in chat, I can like guarantee 100% that they have a plan for when there's a zombie apocalypse. Like everyone knows where they'd go, what they'd do, you know, how they'd survive, what they'd be using as a weapon. Like it's, you know. You know what I mean? So I feel like this game will kind of play into that a little bit. Where it's like, okay, well, if I lived in this, you know, brutal world, how would I make money, you know, get food, gain, you know, power and social status and all that kind of stuff. And then to actually have NPCs working with you and working against you, and it's just like, yeah. That's the idea. Sounds batshit. To my boat with my guns. Boat is a good idea. That's a very solid idea. I guess you'd probably do a floating city, right? Where you'd like tie a bunch of boats together. Even if it's just like on a river. Like, as long as you've got like 2 meters. Unless the zombies, unless they're like, you know, like I Am Legend zombies, where they're just like steroid zombies. What is zombies become intelligent enough to behave as a non-zombie? Well, yeah, like a like a rage virus kind of zombie. Ever seen Waterworld? It rings a bell. I've probably seen it, but not recently. Okay, so I want to... how can I even do this? I think below 1... Oh, no, it should probably just be, like, on here. Although, technically the waves should be allowed to go a bit further. That's water wave landscape height, isn't it? Water wave landscape height. Stackety. So we essentially want to get the height value here and then use that to, well, alter a bunch of shit. So let's yeet these guys over here. Let's grab this guy back here, back there. Brandon, how long you been growing your hair? I don't know. 10 years? 13 years. It's reached its maximum length. My hair is at maximum length. It literally won't get any longer because the rate that my hair falls out is... yeah. My hair falls out a lot. I'm going bald. Alright, so that's the RVT height. This is the wave height. We add them together. This is our true water height. True water height. But then we want to get our landscape height. And we essentially want to tune down the water height. Pre-land lerp. Create all inside your project using any from the marketplace. I use some models from the marketplace. Like, you know, these are just Quixel Mega Scans assets that I've cocked around with a bit, or just, you know, done some dumb texturing and whatnot. A lot of like the props are from the marketplace, so like, you know, just generic things like crates and barrels and fences. But all of the character stuff. Oh, actually no, I've started repurposing some character meshes from the marketplace, like retexturing them and obviously like making them not super. Oh my god, piss off! Super high poly. Optimizing them, you could say. Oh, what the hell just happened there? Alright, so I got this. So if we say... Basically, as it gets higher... Pardon me. We want to not do this. Like, what I want to do is just make sure that the water never clips, or the waves never clip through here. Surprised when they say low poly is 80k-ish triangles? Yeah. Yeah. Nightmare fuel. Okay, so if we have the height, then if I want to get a gradient upward, I guess it's like upward and downward. I could just do this minus this. Absolute divide by 100. So that would mean at a meter depth, the Gerstner waves just like don't get accounted for. And then we want to multiply, well, after we saturate. Does that, we want to 1 minus that as well. Oh god. Ome? On net. Minus. So then that will go into there. This will then go into there. Oh god, that looks terrifying. Hold on. Let me just yeet. And then I yeet. What do I have velocity and height? Okay, so now if I go here, we should... Son of a bitch. Water wave velocity and height. This thing here is... Should that not be 1 minus? Oh, well, no, I guess I'm just lerping the Z. But I actually want to do the velocity as well. I guess that would just be like this. Ugh, I have to do that. You know what? I'll just do it here. Alright, so we should get... What the fuck? Why are you not? Is it supposed to be 1 minus? Okay, there it is. So this is the wrong way around. This is... So it should be... Wait, then why is it when it gets 1 minus that it isn't... Well, that it is happy? You, this guy. What is wrong with you, huh? I mean, either way, it should probably be this. The water height, 100, minus the land height, 50, means that this is 50 above the thing. Or the depth is 50. Oh my god, what? Piss off. Let me just turn off the other stuff. So in here, we are getting... Oh, that's just distance fields. No, what? Water wave particle mask. Right. So then... let me just get... Yeah, no. I'm not even doing that now. So I was going to add them all together. And that's the water wave velocity and blah, blah, blah. That's this guy. Okay, so why am I not getting masking? Let's see, projection. Right, it's only at the intersection points because I'm doing absolute. If I did this, then it wouldn't be anywhere below. That's better. The landscape height. So if I'm here, up here, then this is... Yeah. Totally not happy. Which is good. Although that means that the... Well, no, that's technically fine. Yeah, and I can see here that it's just not doing that, which is good. Does that mean that... Yeah, that's real hard. The other thing is that, like, this value... Let me just divide that by giga number. Because that velocity is very high. Alright, there we go. So this is the Gerstner waves, as in our predetermined waves, velocities. And this is what the particles will use, obviously. So I don't know if I... Obviously we don't want it to... If I do it this way... Divide by 100. Is this an upward... lerp for it? And then 1 minus it? Should give us the same result. Or same-ish result, but it's... Yeah, it's allowed to clip underneath. Obviously all this shite isn't helping, but... Although I guess this is just for the... No, this is to be able to set at the edges, the simulation stuff. Let me make this big. Zoom. Don't know where that's coming from. It's weird. Okay. So is that saying at what point above that it is? Yeah. Okay, so I think I do want to do this minus this. So at this point, the Gerstner waves should never... Okay, what if I just start the gradient from lower down? So this minus 500, or maybe 250, and then 5 meters. Should that be plus? Plus that? Well, yeah. I mean, this is very small, though, so... Okay, so yeah, it should be this and that should be positive. And then... That's probably a bit too big, though. Let's go like 100, 200. Oh, except now it's the wrong way around. So now it's only the deep water that is... Yeah. So no 1 minusing. Right, now we have the waves doing stuff. This is our shoreline. This is that bit here. And whatever. It is kind of going above it, though. Up here. Like, if I was just doing... add water input to water sim. Let's see. Plugins being mainly developed prismatic with top-down camera in mind. Is there any chance for underwater and waterline post-process shaders for us? Third person, first person, blah, blah, blah. I could make it happen. I know how to do it. It's just a matter of, like... Yeah. Do I want to? I'll probably do it in the next update. Or maybe someone else will work on it. Or like, you know, I'll do the math to get the split in the, you know, in the viewport, and then someone else can do the post-process and then maybe just give it to me and I'll chuck it in. But yeah, the math is pretty simple because we know at any given time what the you know, what the level of the water is, because obviously we're doing some stuff that relies on knowing the height of the water at any given location. So we can just do that for every pixel, you know, well, in post-process, and then figure out, is it above or below? Could even do like a could even do a screen space render target Niagara system that gets, whenever the water goes on there and then moves down, it'll leave like a wet spot, and then it will like flow map some like distortion downwards over time, you know? Oops, sorry. That could be fun. I just want to do, so water wave velocity and height. I just want to set, let's just go set 0. So this is just going to set the height to the Gerstner wave's height, which doesn't look very doesn't look very real. What's happening to the Z value then, huh? Oh, it should be the other way around. Wait, no, why would it be the WPO plus the RVT? Oh, we don't want to lerp it to 0. We sorry, multiply it to 0. We want to lerp it from this is saying that it's good where there is water. So 1 is this, but A is just the RVT height. So flat. Silly duffer. And then I guess we'd have to blend the river RVT in at some point and do all that kind of stuff, but that is a later thing. Alright, where's my fucking water? Eh? Ah, I'm still doing the... You fool. Have I just fucked that up? WPO plus water RVT height. So if I just had that, we would get, well, the absolute world position of the stuff, which is giga high number. Let me divide that by like another 10,000. So we can see what the frick is going on. Maybe just 100. Question. Oh, I can see something happening. Right, if I got the thing, the ocean manager. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I can definitely see the height of the waves now. But why isn't that being fed into the thangamajig? Oh wow. My ear's bleeding. My earlobe. Don't know why. It just is. That's what I get for having thin blood and drinking coffee. Okay, now that's... Okay, so this is, yeah, the true value. I mean, that should be... Oh, is our wave... water wave data. Data grid. Okay, you're a full range flow. I'll be right back. I'm gonna wee. Hello. Swag. Goblin mode. Akshat, have a question. When we work at foliage, the main overhead comes from generally well-positioned offset. Since Niagara particles are very much optimized for movements, why are tree main branches or leaves that's not made of Niagara particles? Have someone tried it? I think a lot of the overhead for... I mean, yeah, it's a fair point. You could just... I think one of the big drains on, like, WPO animated foliage is when it draws to the velocity buffer for, like, motion blur and, like, temporal smearing and stuff. I just, like, disable that entirely and never have any issues with it. And that saves, like, 2 milliseconds on, like, really busy scenes and whatnot. But you've got to remember that, like, with Niagara particles, you're still... I guess there is, yeah, maybe a performance gain to be had at the cost of, obviously, it's, like, complex to set up in the first place. But for, like, an animated tree, you're essentially asking every vertex of the tree, based on this calculation, where should I be, or what's my offset? Whereas if you did it with particles, you'd essentially figure out the positions in advance, and then, you know, tell the renderer to render instances of the leaves at all these locations. I mean, that's actually, like, it is something that has been done and is done a fair bit, because people like to have, like, physical, like, physics responsive foliage, where they actually, like, simulate all of the pivots as, like, bones, like GPU bones. Which is actually something that I think in the last Unreal live stream, or, like, at Unreal Fest, they were showcasing that, like, nanite foliage, because it's all nanite foliage, you can't really do world position offset on it, because there's just so many verts, and you'd have to run that for every vert, and it's just like... I mean, it's one of the reasons that nanite and WPO just, like, sucks balls. Wait, you know, that should just lerp to the original position. So... Oh, I know why it's not. Duffer. So yeah, it is something that some people do, but it can be a real pain in the ass to set up. And it's also like, you essentially have to, like, build all of your meshes procedurally, which, you know, for, like, realistic foliage, totally works, because, like, real life foliage is procedural, if that makes sense. Is that 100? That should probably be bigger. I guess now that I'm using 32, you know, it doesn't matter. Okay, so we should now... Yeah, we're setting the height explicitly to be our WPO height, but not here. When we are a meter above, it shouldn't be touching that at all. And we shouldn't get any weird clipping anymore. At least for, like, most. Yeah, yeah. And then here, it won't actually be clipping in and whatever. Cooley McDooley. So now what we want to do is cry. No, we want to... Let me go to the ocean. Oh, hello, lady cat. Up, please. Hey. Hey, off the keyboard. Thank you. Yeah. I'm busy. What do you want, funny girl? Okay, so now we have some kind of hard-coded waves. Well, hard-coded, you know, heights. But not velocities. Although I probably should lerp the velocities based on the Gerstner waves and stuff. But it shouldn't be... Okay, it is going in there. Oh, that's because I'm using the... Right, the height of the WPO, not the original height, to do the to do the alpha. Water wave landscape height. Yeah, no, I should be doing this one, just the flat water. So now it shouldn't... Oh, God. Well, okay, I guess they're just very big. But we shouldn't get... Yeah. So wait, where is the water line? The water line is right at this rock. Let me just make a little adjustment for that. Okay, so right here... Oh, shit. Here. I'm gonna do... You can go up here, whatever. And then this guy to there. Is that still it? No. Here, come here. I think that's... Is that where it is? I can't tell. Yeah, it is. Right there and right there. Okay. So, any water that is beyond that point... It allows it after, I think, 1 meter, but it will lerp it down towards... So that must be 1 meter there. Or yeah. What's wrong, lady cat? Oh, it's 1 meter above and 1 meter below. Oh no, from 1 meter below and then 2 meters up. But what does that mean? To be 2 meters up. Oh, it means that, okay, if it... Right. If it's clipping through, then it will allow it for a little while. But then... That still doesn't make sense. Oh, but then if it is above 1 meter, it will start lerping towards it. Yeah. Not sure if you saw my last message just a minute ago. Could I use your plugin to fill in the ocean of entire planet Earth with the camera out in outer space? It's not designed for that scale. Is your water using Unreal Gravity? So, the water isn't real. Oh, my GPU's making a funny noise. The water isn't real, and by that I mean the water is just like a texture, right? This is the water. And so essentially the simulation moves around with the player. So, you know, as I go this way, the simulated zone, you know, moves around with me. So you could use it everywhere in a world. And, you know, by this example, if I just, like, run over to here or whatever, you know, we've still got the water, and it's still doing water stuff, as cursed as it is. you know, wherever I go, the water is reactive and can do water things. Yeah. It depends why you need... What are you trying to achieve by filling the planet with water? Or like by seeing it from out of space. Outer space. Actually, I'm just pushing the water around. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it would work to do that. You could... I've thought about how to... I mean, you know, you could... well, how would it work on a... So are you using, like, spherical planets? Because you would need to... If you wanted to, like, you know, simulate the water on the planet... you would have to first... The sphere not using... Yeah, gotcha. Well, this isn't using gravity either. This is just using... You know, it's just getting like a normal map, essentially, and then applying velocity to these cells, and then those cells pass their velocity on to other cells and create waves and, you know, whatnot. Let me just see the distance fields again. Do we get negative DFs? Because what I want to do, right, is I want to be able to say, around this rock, let the water be completely simulated. This distance near a surface 5. Maybe fucking 10 meters. Although that's going to make the downwards. So, like, if the water is... Yeah. Oh, I could just... Yeah, nah. Well, nah. Well, I mean... It's not too terrible. If I just got the... Well, just multiply that by vector... Just get rid of the B channel. 110. Got the length of that as a float. Yeet that into here. Let's see how that will look. Is that enough, though? It might have to be. And then what's happening here? Right, that's intersecting because I've set the waves to be so freaking high. But I need the height of the ocean water surface above the ocean floor for the wave. I need the height of the ocean water surface above the ocean floor for the wave location. You would need to... So to make this work with like circular or spherical planets, you would need to be able to get the height map of the world and then unwrap it to be linear. So you'd have to project it from spherical to linear. And then, yeah, figure out, you know, the plugin would figure out all the stuff. And then figure out... Well, then you'd have to project the linear simulation back onto the sphere. Are you confused about how, what and how it works? I mean, I am, yes. Yeah. It's all just a big frick. Oh, that... Okay, 1 minus of that. Or maybe a multiplier, actually. No, it should be 1 minus. Or 1 minus... let's... 1 minus that. Then add them together. So this is saying, where do we want the water to be like 100% simulated? And that is, yeah, on the rocks and around these things. It's a bit fricky though. And on the shoreline. Oh, the other thing I need to do is the way the WPO stuff. True water height. The water height needs to be minned against the landscape height. Sorry, maxed against it. Or at least, like, landscape height, I don't know, minus 10. Minus 10 centimeters. Then choose the higher value between them. Just so that we don't... no, you know what? Maybe even... No, because that'll just sit it above here, won't it? You know, it'll get confused. How do I want that to work? Not choose the max. Well, oh God. Basically, if the landscape is underneath the water base level, I don't want the WPO waves to be able to clip underneath that. So... oh God, it's math time. If... well, pretty much this, multiply this by that, and then max. Choose the higher value. So this shouldn't be able to, like, clip underneath it anymore. Well, it can if it's, like, 100 units. What if I just did this? Saturated. And just did that, and then max that. So if underneath the landscape... Sorry, if landscape is underneath... That looks better. Yeah. 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 So wait, where are the... Oh, that's the distance fields. Do I want to... I mean, it doesn't really matter that much here. Let me just get the distance fields a bit smaller. 5 meters. Because, yeah, I think over here, this is like the domain of the shoreline, right? Whereas, like, over here, this is like ocean. And we'd want to let the waves crash on this thing. That's why it's white. So... Oh, gosh. So let's call this water. I mean, this should be static though, right? It shouldn't really care about the current WPO. But I guess we kind of need it to be because we're using the... I don't want to sample the distance fields a bunch of times. Just to be like, oh yeah, is it like close to this thing? Unless I do like a static distance field query. Although for something like a boat, maybe I should just do this each frame. It's not that expensive. Yeah, fuck it, it's fine. Whatever. Let's call this water wave interaction mask. Oh, not even interaction mask. I'll call it simulation mask. Water wave simulation mask. And so that's just going to be this thing here, which is going to tell us when we're in, well, deep ocean. Where do we want to lerp the simulation towards the predetermined waves? Yeah, okay, that's so messy. Yeah, I really do need to clean up these oceans. And then that's the water velocity and height. Which the water velocity and height... So it has fall off. Oh no, it only falls off towards the shoreline. Yeah. Whereas this mask falls off based on distance fields and the shoreline. So if I then... Where's the docket? Here it is. Okay, so if we said water domain edge lerps, edging. Okay, so now we're just getting, yeah. Well, let's just see what happens, right? If I hard lerp the velocities as well, to be the wave velocities. Yep, that's pretty sad looking. Very cool. I still don't know why it isn't... Let me get this fixed first. I don't want it to like clip under things. Although we can see, yeah, the velocity chills out over here to some extent. It should be, at least. Yeah. Okay, let's sort this shit out. You can piss off. Then under. This wave peak mask, I don't even know if I use it, really. I think I do want to use this, though. Because this is... Okay, yeah, hold on. So, like, down here, for example... Did I just turn this off? Oh, no, I got an error. Was not resolved. Yeah, suck my nuts. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, here, for example... Like, the waves are just so crazy that it's, like, clipping under the landscape. Which I don't really want to be a thing. Although these are, like, really intense waves. But... technically, it shouldn't happen. But yeah, I should be able to use this. Which I think was an exclusion mask if I 1- that. Then this is now inclusive. So wherever the water is this deep, or... no, it's not even where it's that deep, though. So yeah, maybe I do this. And then... Yeah, hold on. This is so ugly. What the frick is going on here? That's our original water RVT height. So if I multiply this by this mask, so only where it would usually be under the water, maybe that should be... That should probably have a little fall off. So you want to get landscape height plus 10. And then multiply that landscape height plus 10 by this. Put that into the max. And now our simulation should never tell it to go below the landscape. Yeah. So there's always going to be water there, at least. Even though this is really stupid. I mean, really, I would be making the waves do completely different stuff. Or, like, I would ensure that the waves couldn't go, below here anyway, by, like, limiting the... Like, obviously, as waves get closer and closer to the shore, or the water becomes shallower, they can't go as big. So maybe that should be what I do instead of this. This is a bit hacky. So they can just fuck off. In reality, this should just be bigger. Or like the negative amount should be bigger. But for now, we'll just let it match the WPO stuff. Maybe I'll just turn the ocean waves down to like 0.2 or something. And maybe I'll make this a bit deeper. Because it's quite shallow. Oh, I see. Okay, now you know what? We'll go with this for now. Cool. Alright, let's get our dynamic water domain edge lerps. We are getting that from here, so let's get this guy. We're going to get the water wave simulation mask from the other guy. And then we're going to use that. We're essentially going to max that. Well, okay, at the edges, we want to just like set it hard. So this is the hard edge lerp. Probably don't need that there now. So this into the alpha and this guy. I also don't know what the deal with the water velocity at the edges should be. But we can see now that, yeah, we're hard setting values at the edges. So we're setting the water height at the edges to be whatever the water RVT plus the Gerstner waves is supposed to be. So you can see, like, right here. We have, yeah, our Gerstner waves kind of feeding input in. And then the alpha is our water height, or water column height, so water depth. But then what we need to do is... Well, I mean, I guess here, yeah, this is fully simulated now. The shoreline, I mean. But yeah, it looks really dumb here because reasons, but we'll ignore that for now. But we can see the waves are breaking around this, which is intended behavior. No, that should be definitely this way. Oops, sorry, landscape height minus wave WPO equals, yeah, our given height, which is, yeah, going up and down. Again, this could probably be harder. Like, it's not very... Yeah, that's probably good. Alright, and so now this is our stuff doing stuff things. Yeah, it's not very viscous because I'm not slowing it down when it gets really thin. I'm also doing a shader effect that I should probably turn off, where I'm like changing the opacity based on the water depth, which was right here. Depth of 10. Let's go depth of 2. So now we should kind of see a better, yeah, like better outline of the water, essentially. Could just do it like a depth of 1 centimeter, just to get rid of that edging. Cool. And so what is happening is that it kind of looks like the shore waves are all kind of converging to us. Because obviously we're just setting at the boundaries what the height should be and whatnot. But in reality, also, I'm not really sure why some of the water's kind of just like disappearing. Or is it flowing out somewhere? Or is it being lerped towards? Or is it just sub 1? Actually, it might just be sub 1 centimeter, which is why it kind of pops in and out a little bit again. Maybe I should change that to like 1 millimeter of water before it shows up. Because, I mean, 1 millimeter in real life is like, it's a fair chunk of water. Where am I getting water column height? You, and you're going up to there. You're going to there. That's for some other thing. This one goes up to here. And we're then just adding that to the thing. But then where it isn't, we push the WPO down by 1 amount, which isn't enough. You can see here, that's probably not ideal. Maybe by 5. I mean, this will look a lot better once I actually have... Oh, where's this coming from? Oh, it's coming... Wait, what? Where are you... But you're not... Right, because I'm not masking out the velocity by... if there is water or not. But then how is there water here? Well, I don't think there is, right? What the fuck are you doing, huh? Right, that would be because, yeah, this needs to push it down further. So that doesn't happen. Because, yeah, okay, I'm using the foam to change the opacity, which is why we're getting heaps there, but whatever. Alright, let me just change the wetness mask back. Water flow wetness goes into that alpha. alpha of the water pixel, I think. Yeah? Let's see. Yeah, it does. Yeah, okay, that's their wetness mask. Cool. Cool bool. It's nighttime. Yeah, so that's doing its thing. Doing all the wetness shit. Yeah, I'm still confused. I can't tell if we're creating water from nothing or not. A bit confusionating. Sorry, lady. Now that's super cursed, but, you know. I mean, this is just cursed in general. And we get these interference waves. I don't know why. I guess it's because it has very slight interpolation for the height. So that's just what, sending velocity out, maybe? I don't know. And that's not even disappearing now. Yeah, shit. That's weird. Oh. YOLO. I mean, if I do this to break it up... No, that's still there. Hmm. Let me just go to the, previously was in this projection step. I was doing like a cool little, this bit here. Where's that coming from? Wait, water column height. Oh, that's to... Right. Water foam. Water foam plus something. Also, again, this is just messy. This is just big spaghetti. If you drop that rock using gravity, will it cause waves? It could. It could. I mean, yeah, like, physics things will cause waves. Just like, you know, the character is causing waves. And whatnot. In their own special way. The reason that this is causing waves when I move these around is because it's like the water depth is, 1 or 2 meters here. But then when I move this, it's like the water depth is still 1 or 2 meters, but the ground underneath it has changed. You can see the water kind of teleporting up on top of it and then flowing off of it and whatnot. So yeah, that's something that is interesting, I guess. Cool. Also, one other thing to note is that ideally what would be happening is that we would be moving in to the simulated zone because, when we start here, it's only getting it from the edges, from the edging. But obviously, like, if we were over here, you can see I've let it zoom out enough that it, does stuff. But you can see that, yeah, as we move here, it'll essentially fill itself in using the edges as we move through it. At least that's the idea. But who frickin' knows? Right, let me just close. Oh, piss off. No, what are you doing? Hello? Fuck off. Let me just go save all. Okay, cool. Alright, I wanted to... Hey, I just right-clicked it. What the fuck? Close tab to the right. There you go. Close. Thank you. Right, I just wanted to make the foam dissipate. Like this. That would be the foam here. Plus... Well, it would be... Hold on. Let's just do a multiply. Multiply the foam by this and add the length of the XY thing divided by fucking 1,000, I don't know. And then don't add it directly. I want to do this. Go to multiply that by this. Well, saturate that. Then multiply it by this. Then add that to the foam. So this will make the foam adage noisy. Not quite. Random float 0.2. I could do 0.5 plus 0.5? That's like full random, right? What the frick? It's just not being that random. I guess previously I was letting it alter it. Like this was getting... Yeah, it was multiplying that, which, I don't know. I don't really give a fuck. I don't need the foam itself to be noisy. Unless... Nah. Anyway, let's do... This should... I guess our water wetness isn't drying out, right? Bit yikes. Jay, good luck, man. I think my mind is as much visual water as I can set after bed looking sick though. Thank you, thank you. I hope to have results soon. Alright, let's see what happens if we do our so with our edging, right? Our edge lerp stuff. This is our test here. So if we were to set the water height, so let's grab, we've got this water wave simulation mask. Let's just use it to like hard set, you know, the velocity and shit. Oh, we obviously want to max that over the edge. Well, I guess we'll see. Is this not saturated? Yikes. Okay, so you can see here, we're hard setting the height and velocity, but in here, it's simulated. Wow. Which means that our hard-coded waves should simulate over the top of this shit. Now this is doing... The mask is white? No, it's the other way around. So I want to 1 minus this. There's going to be like some frickiness. 1 minus power. Like a fucking cubic exponent. And that into there. So that should like extend the zone a bit. No, that's the wrong way. Right, no, I had it the right way around, but is that going to bring it in closer or further? I think that brings it in closer. So I want to use like a... I guess 1 minus power, 1 minus... So that should kind of keep the simulated zone a bit wider. And it should also ease into it a lot nicer. Yeah, so you can see we've got this... All around this rock is simulated. But everywhere else is being, like, hard set. Which is cool. Obviously, we wouldn't want to, like, hard set it, I don't think. Make this a bit more extreme. Hello? Wait, why is it not? Ocean Wave Manager. Oh, what was I? Huh? Is that a different one? I don't fucking know. 0.5, whatever. So yeah, now... Okay, maybe that's a bit too much. 0.3? 0.4. So now we have, yeah, the hard lerp waves here. So our, like, deterministic Gerstner wave function-ish. But then at the, you know, within distance fields, we get the washing off and all that kind of stuff. I think the velocity is the wrong value. I think it's not that it... WPO... I don't think... divided by delta time, but also... Well, like, if it's... Yeah, no, that's technically right? Or is it that multiplied by the length of the cell size? I'm actually not sure. Okay, that's a bit too much, I think. Just a tiny bit too much. Well, the thing is, though, that the wave... This is like the velocity of the wave WPO, not the actual water surface velocity, if that makes sense. Right? Although you could argue for the sake of, like, this kind of thing, it's the same. Because it's when it collides with it that it zhuzhes. So maybe that is correct. Yeah. I think out here, the water... Well, no, there isn't really much I can do about it, though. Like, are these big-ass waves... Do you know what I mean? But I want them to still fill and drain. Excuse me? Bruh. What the fuck was that? Is it because I'm setting a negative value somehow? Not quite. Why is this happening now? Confusion. Yeah, I also wanted to test if I can do this at 10 meters. Oh, wait, no, 10, that should be 1,000. Yeah, what's this doing? Is that just like an initial... So confused. Water wave velocity. WPO divided by delta time. Projection is water wave velocity and height. The velocity gets multiplied by this mass. And that's fine. Why is it going totally wild? I feel like it's something in here hasn't applied. What the fuck? Alright, let me just close. Close that. Get this. What's going wrong here? It's wherever the distance field stuff is. It's getting... No, it can't be an invalid length. That doesn't even matter. Water velocity is y. Water wave velocity and height multiplied by delta time is that. What what is it doing? Bruh. Alright, let me just do the edging mask. Just edging, nothing else. Okay, so then where... What the fuck? Who up edging they mask? Hell yeah. So wait, why is this so... What the fuck? Is it that our velocities are like... fucked up high or something? Water wave velocity and height, xy, times delta time. Let's put that up there, this delta down here. Delta time squared? Question mark. Alright, let's just hard code it to show us the velocity of the stuff. Right. So apparently this is the velocity of the... Oh! Ah, I see. It's because I'd somehow set the ocean wave amplitude to 150, which is like thousands of times higher than it should be. Okay, yeah, I'm just dumb as fuck. Right, that was... I thought that was weird because it was letting me... I was changing the value, but then it wasn't, you know, changing the value. Let's choose... do I want to... Wait, so this one here is white around there. No, that's black around the edges, white in the center. And so then this bit is... Well, now this is... yeah, black on the outside, white in the... Hello? I saw a bit of simulation happening. Right, because I changed the, fucking... the thingo. In here, I changed that to, what, 10 meters? But I need to fucking... Okay, well, now we can see, yeah. Okay, that's like a decent amount, though. So that should be the in... So, wait. Hold on. Because I need to combine them together. So this is setting it. So this is 0 here, white here. But I want it to be the other way around. Where the edge lerping. The edge slurping. So this bit here is like hard. Like giga hard. But it's, well, We should probably multiply them together? No. No. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it's hard. Now then this guy should be like this. Multiplied by that. Although the thing is, right, with the internal, you know, wave lerping shit, I don't really want it to be super hard. I almost want it to be like, God, 1 minus of delta time into there, into... This shit's so fucking messy. All right, let's clean up. Let's clean up. Oh, lady cat's on my... So this is our height value. And this is our... So this is our water column height target. And then this is our water velocity target. Obviously this will factor in like rivers and shit at some point as well. Like if we have rivers, then we want to feed the edges of the river. Or the edge of the... Yeah. Edge of the simulation needs to be fed the river velocity at the edge. 'Cause I'm on the edge of glory. So tell you about the falling sandstorm I made only using fragment shaders. Ooh, very interesting. Noita 2. Yo, when's Noita 2? Okay, so this is just interaction mask, but it's the wrong way around. We want these parts to be like the waves and shit, but this part to be not the waves and shit. Also, that should probably be like a 10th order. So that they... it's not very... Yeah, yellow. So, I mean, yeah, if this was inverse... then it's just gonna eat its own nuts. Why did that go so fucky for... Huh? Excuse me? Okay, so now, yeah, I mean, you can pretty much see here's the hard-coded wave shit. Here's the little simulated radius. But like, I still want velocity and stuff and height to be affected on these waves. I think what I would do in this case is the lerp would be a soft lerp. So it would lerp over time. Because, yeah, these little regions are a bit fucked up. It's not terrible, though. But yeah, you can see out here, it just the velocity's being set to the velocity of the waves. So what I would want to do is get delta time. Let me grab it from up here just so it's not as fucked up. Alright, delta Goodrum. And then, so 0 is our... Okay, you know what? I want 1 to be the target. And then you go there, and you go there. Which means that this guy has to be inverted. The edging mask. Amy. It's funny. Made it onto a train. Jeez, fuck it. Wait, what? Do trains still run at 1 AM? Oh, I guess it's Friday. That's fucked up. Don't die. And then you only have to be up at like 8 o'clock for work? Okay, let's see. What is that sound? I swear like my GPU is like frying itself or something. I can hear like a squeaking sound. Now I can hear a high-pitched squeal. Very faint, but, you know. It sounds like dial-up. Dial-up connection, but it's a GPU. Oh, fuck. So is any of this shit grounded? Yeah, probably. I mean, it is sitting on top of a wooden... Who needs electrical grounding? That shit's for wusses. Sounds like coil wine? Yeah. I mean, yeah. I have, like, so many... so many power boards daisy-chained together. And the electricity in this house isn't that stable. But, you know, you win some, you lose some. Alright, I want this to be milk for a minute. Let me just make it milky. Min 0.3. No, sorry, max 0.3. Well, maybe 0.5. Just bogans? I mean, that sounds likely. Alright, this is better. Now I can actually see where shit is. Also, can I WPO normals? Doing some shit, whatever. Fuck you. Let's just get this. Perturb. Oh, fuck it, I'll use my one. Pris normals from DDX DDY. Stronk 100. And we'll just go add normals. Whoop. Give me some sweet normal juice. Now that's cursed. I guess that's the that checkerboarding that we were seeing, right? Although that checkerboarding. Can make a video teaching flow maps and grid 2D. I already have one about flow maps. And I will have one about grid 2D. I've already filmed it, actually, the grid 2D one, or grid 2D intro. Alright, so how do we want to do this nicely? Because the thing is, right, this mask... So this mask is like setting our WPO wave function. Obviously the mask is the wrong way around. We've got simulated over here and not simulated here. But... it's like, it's going to be too hard set. Well, actually, okay, no, that's what I was doing right here. I was going to get delta time, multiply delta time. So this should be just this guy, right? In reality. Where we've got hard-coded waves here, simulated zone near obstacles and shit. And that should be feeding its values into here. Let me just make the ocean waves a bit more fucked up. Yeah. However, on the actual waves, yeah, we want it to still... We want to have some control over, like, you know, shit happening here. Apply scratch. There we go. So now it's going to be more like a suggestion of where the velocity and the wave height should be outside of this zone. So this is entirely simulated, and then this is suggestively, you know, waved. Wow, this really does not like the DDX normals and shit. Now this might go a little bit out of hand, because the waves... I mean, it's not too bad. We are getting, yeah, like the proper... The waves are supposed to be going in this direction. Which, yeah, we can see here. Maybe if I just, like... The thing is, though, I don't want to, like, dampen the local velocities and stuff. I mean, I kind of have to, but... You know, if someone's yeeting through here... Then, like, what does that mean for our simulation? It's a good idea, though. Because, yeah, it means that we get the kind of deterministic waves, but also simulation where we want it to be. Alright, you know, I'm just going to get rid of that DDX shit. Is that too crazy? I mean, we need context, right? We need to see the original wave function. Or like, you know, the Gerstner waves shit. Which is somewhere up in my ass. Here. Gigawater shader, ocean testo? Is this is the one, okay. So this is like a better representation of our wave shit. I mean, I could just put it at this level. So those waves don't end up crashing. Funny. That's funny. Commendable. So if I put this up to 0.5, that is quite big for the ocean waves. You know what? I might just like... I swear I already made the wavelengths. Let's just divide all the wavelengths by 2. Oh, so that's a low pass, not a low cut. Low pass, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Cursed. Right, and then if the amplitude's at 1, then... Okay, they don't even go that big. You know what, let's just fucking YOLO that for a minute. So let's jump in. It's gonna do some real fucked up shit. But if we look... Okay, that's cursed. Oh my god, what the fuck happened? Very interesting. Let me move over to here and see how it's kind of matching up. I mean, yeah, I can... You can see the direction of the wave here, right? So it is actually moving... Yeah, because we're suggesting it to move to that position. If I like... Oh, where'd it go? Don't fall over, silly duffer. I don't know, maybe I should do a separate one for the velocity and the height, because the height will create velocity as well. Need to keep in mind. So like if the height was set explicitly, but the velocity was more suggestive. We're getting a weird feedback there. Oh god, that's cursed. Oh no, it's eating us. Any plans about extracting the nice water mesh tessellated quartz mesh from UE's water plugin? Maybe? I don't think I'd be allowed to do it for my plugin. I mean, I could technically just do a similar version, but, you know. This is so chaotic. Alright, we'll just wait for it to fill up first. Cool. Oh, where'd the character go? Mountain Dew, true. So yeah, okay, we can see it crashing onto this thing. And yeah, it will go out and it will do nice things. I just don't know if the... Like, if the velocity was more hard set, outside of the simulation zone, obviously, then, yeah, we get this kind of regioning here, which is a bit LAMAO, bit lame-o. Also, is the... Yeah. Pardon me. Right, so now the edges are going to be hard set to the WPO value, I believe. Yeah? Or are you? Yeah, it is. I mean, the other thing I could do is just, like, not lerp towards the target velocity at all. But then we're just gonna get really fucking weird. Yeah. Well, okay, there is one other thing I'm not considering, and that is that our water has no maximum speed. like it has no drag. Which it probably should because... Yeah. Reasons? So yeah, essentially what we'll be doing is we'll be lerping between these waves, which are the kind of far waves, and then lerping into this in the center. Obviously not this hard though. So the simulation itself lerps at the edges, edging. Can probably edge that up a bit edgier. So it's like way out to here. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, is that too close? That might be too close. I think 10 was fine. Yeah, so at the edges, it's like hard lerped, but then what I will do is I'll do like a softer lerp around, you know, the viewpoint that will lerp between, you know, this deterministic one and then the simulated one. So at the edges, you shouldn't really be able to see where the deterministic waves and the simulation intersect. I think I want to speed cap the velocity, which is what I was doing here with a really fucked up. Yeah. This was capping it at 800 units. It's not terrible. I'd rather it be like more of a damping though than a speed limit. Like if I just said, oh yeah, the water isn't allowed to move faster than 100 units, then this is the result. Very slow moving water. How would I apply a damping to the dude? I guess I could just get the water velocity, or the new water velocity, get the length of it, and then if the length is some fucked up value, like, so length subtract, like the start value, 600. And then divided by the, you know, the kind of distance. Let's go like maybe up to 1,000. Up to 1,000 units. So now we have a 0 to 1 gradient starting at 600. Maybe I'll go even less than that. 400 with a gradient of 600. And then we're gonna... what? So wait, what's... Oh, this is just gonna get shitty at me. What is... length? So now if we are 400, then we're 0. And then if we go up to 1,000, we're now 1. So then... we want to multiply that by delta Goodrum. Delta Goodrum. And then... So now we have 0 at 0 and delta time at 1. So then we need a damping speed, 1. And then we 1 minus that. And multiply the velocity by that. So that will essentially multiply the velocity by the 1 minus of delta time, which is, you know, 0.999 if it's at 1,000. And it will essentially kind of bring it back down to, like, here-ish. But it will still allow for higher values. In theory. It should even allow for values over 1,000. But it will take them 1 second to kind of die back down. Or this would take 0.1 second to die back down to beneath 1,000. So that should help with, like, stability and, yeah, like, maintaining the waveforms decently. Decently. Okay, that, yeah, I fuck with it. Then the other thing that we need to consider is water going slower when it is less, you know, or as it gets to the shoreline, or as the column depth becomes less thingo-y. We need it to, yeah, chill out a little bit. So we're going to add another multiplier here, which I think I already did a thing here. I can do that less fucked up. Let's do water column height. Water column height divided by 10. So at 10 centimeters. Saturate inverted. So now at 0 height up to, so yeah, okay. So at 0 height multiplied by delta time, and then at 10 it'll be 0. So then we 1 minus that, and then we smack that into, oh fuck, into, okay, you go there, you go there, you go there, and then you go weaving. Mr. Anderson. So now our really shallow water should move less fast. In theory. I can also add like a strength. Or like a damping speed. For the shallow stuff. You know, let's just go to a meter. To just see what happens. Okay, well. It's very goopy now. What if it was damped over 1 second, but still at a meter? Because technically that's how like shore waves happen, right? Oh no, that's because of the wavelength interference. But at least we know that it's working, right? So maybe we just let it a bit... Give it a bit more leeway. I still think 10 units might be too much. I also don't know why this is happening. Is that because of the water column height? Well, actually, that would be because in here... This is just... Don't ignore the spaghetti. The column height is going up here, and then it's just being saturated 1 minus minus 10. So that pretty much means where... Yeah, okay, so if I... This is like telling it where to disappear. So like you can see here, where there isn't water. The water mesh is still here, right? But it's just being pushed under the dude. But it's pretty much saying, yeah, like anything that's 1 centimeter or 1 unit. So if we did this, then it should look like it sticks around more. So this is at 1 millimeter. The mesh won't get pushed down under the landscape. In theory? I don't know. Try 100? Although I feel like the water will never... I mean, that's something, right? No, so why is this happening? Why does this happen? It looks like it kind of disappears. Here. Like, how is it disappearing? Oh, you know what it is? Maybe. It could be that when we're setting... Sorry, lerping the... Let me also just try this. This will use the water wetness to some degree as well. I'm not... Well, I don't even use water pressure anymore. So this is water height plus landscape height. Okay, yeah, that's just cursed now. Minus the simulation Z to avoid floating point errors. And then plus -10 when the water is less than 1 millimeter high. Unless there is actually some mass not being preserved. I don't know. Tidal wave. I mean, it's working decent. It is working nuts. Right, one thing I wanted to do was to do water column height. Up, down, left, right. I mean, water height isn't a variable anymore. Well, okay, I probably still should do the ripples You know that ripple simulation I was doing? Because this doesn't really handle ripples that well. Also, this is just fucking flooding to the max. I guess that's to be expected, because all the shit happening out here. Oh, God. Goopland. Right, so I want to get column height. Up, down, left, right, and... Well... Let's just yeet you over there. Let's get max. Max, 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 max. And then water column height. Max. Water column height. Max. So this should, in theory, make so the water uses... it should, like, if there's water up here, it should prevent, like, this kind of clipping happening. In theory. Maybe I'll do, like, a 2-pixel kernel. Might be a bit more fucked up, but whatever. Oh, then it's also doing some weird shit here. But yeah, it should help with, like, well, waterfalls. Like, let me yeet that out to fucking here or something. I mean, obviously we wouldn't want to actually do waterfalls like this. We'd want to use particles and some less fucked up stuff. I also need to clamp the downward deceleration so that it doesn't move, like, infinitely fast down here. But if we compare this to just this. Wait for our water to overflow. Then it looks pretty much the fucking same. Am I just tripping, or...? Maybe I'll go like 5 or something. I mean, this is really dumb at this point. Because then we're just going to lose a bunch of detail. Okay, but it does, in theory, do this. A bit better. But is it worth the fuckery that it causes? I don't know. Question mark, question mark. And also the cost. And yeah, there's also just some weird shit. I mean, it shouldn't really matter for things like this, because there'll be like a surface water shader anyway. It'll deal with, like, you know, the flow down the sides. So maybe this is just maybe I'm just overthinking it. Says the guy that's literally fucking simulating stupid fucking water. Hmm. Okay, so pretty much... Yeah, okay. Okay. So here's water velocity. Veloched. And here's the water foam. The foam is kind of gets fucked up a bit by the advection method. Like it's a pretty lossy advection method. Maybe if I well, if I diffused it, it would be better. But also, if the foam didn't advect 100%, then no, it's still getting sucked. It's still getting sucked in. Am I gonna have to move to a fucking mass preserving advection method? Because yeah, like this probably won't do. Because yeah, whenever there's like divergence, aka a wave is sucking up stuff, then we lose foam. Gnarly sea algae, true. It's actually velocity algae. I feel like the velocity is too high. Because, like, the... Oh, no, I guess you could call it... It could just be the Gerstner velocity, right? Like the suckage. And whatnot. Tell me more about the suckage. Well, glad you asked. Oh, we're not even doing any velocity lerpage. Maybe that's what was... I mean, is that too much, though? Yeah, so pretty much we need to... I guess we still want to calculate divergence, right? But we just want to use the divergence to spawn foam. Because we don't need to... like, solve divergence in the water velocity, because what happens is that when two velocities converge, they push the water up over time, and then the water being sloped like this applies gravity back down the other way. So it just like, instead of diverging and getting sucked into oblivion, like would normally happen with, you know, semi-Lagrangian advection scheme, it instead pushes mass upward, which is how, like, this whole fucking thing works. Is like, that's how we get the waves. When I, like, do this, it, like, creates waves, you know? I can, like, influence these waves by pushing back on them. Pushing mass into one another. You know, we've got stuff coming back this way, I can, like, fucking whatever. And that's kind of how these wavelets happen as well. But yeah, what we want is sim size, blah, blah, blah. So that's cell size times 2. Divergence. So I think what I want to do is, instead of... I mean, I can still use this step. But move water around. This doesn't change velocity. Good. So I can do it here. So what we want to do is... I guess we just use divergence this frame. Because this is water velocity. Velocity, which is movement per second. Yeah, fuck divergence. Let's just go multiply this result. Oh, and divergence has positive and negatives. So I probably just only want to get the positives, where things are slurping together. And probably give that some offset or some shit. Then what I want to do is... fuck divergence. Let's get float, water foam. You are a stackety cackety. Get water foam. Water foam, add this guy by delta time. So you are going to need... So you've already been divided by the cell size. Which I don't know if that's necessary for doing this. Probably is. So then we want to, like, you know, offset some amount. So this is pretty much calculating if 100 velocity is hitting 100 velocity, like that, the divergence is 200. But if one cell's going 100 this way and the other one's going 100 that same direction, then the divergence is 0. Or if one's going 100 and this one's going 0, then the divergence is 100. So, like, the shoreline, when the water, you know, scoots up here, it will have divergence at the line there. So I guess we want to do, yeah, an offset and a divider. divisor. Then saturate. So this is where do we want foam to happen. I kind of want to do like a noise. Random float. Random float, max of 1. Just see what happens. Could be funny. So that will then go into here. Delta time. And then we'll also do random float, max 1. Add that to the water foam. Put that into there. Let's do it. Okay, so the blue is where the foam is. That's a lot. It's quite a fair bit. There's a lot of like grey bits. I mean, it you know, it's not terrible. And yeah, we are. Okay. Oh, that's like on here or up there. Right, or is that? Fuck, I don't know. So let's say divergence has to be 100 before we get foam. Okay, that's nowhere. Oh, although we have. Wait, simulation size divided by number of cells. So that's like 4 times 2 is 8. We've already divided it by 8. Which, I kind of don't like that. Let's just do this, just raw dog it into there. So now it is velocity based. So yeah, you can see at the edges, at the edging, is where we're going to start getting foam. Or like where, yeah, okay. Yeah, like where it crashes into shit. Like, yeah, on the leading edge of the waves. That should probably be maybe just a multiplier here. Question mark. Right, but because the frickin' maybe a bit less. Yeah, it's annoying because here, I mean, once the simulation's warmed up, it's fine-ish. Right? But yeah, it's because this is like pushing this along. I mean, it doesn't look terrible, honestly. This is okay. I think. I probably don't need to explicitly add foam anymore. Because if we're just getting foam from divergence, then Pardon me. Then yeah, this will just create it, you know, naturally. I just wish it didn't... you know what I could try? Is a... like a semi-advection. Like when I advect the foam. Wait, what the fuck's this shit again? Oh, that's the damping. That's the damping. The dampe. Yeah, to help it a little... Okay, that's a bit too fucked up. Hold on. To help it with... Okay, why is that ballooning so much? I guess it's just the initial condition. Why is that kind of pulling happening? I don't know. Yeah, this is... why is that so fucked up now? Where is... divergence. Let's maybe do this. Oh, no, that's probably it. Let's just keep it cool. But yeah, because the... Right, because divergence occurs when, you know, this kind of water body here is moving faster than this one, which then means that, yeah, like the foam is going to be advected down that way. Like on the leading edge. Which just ends up being dumb as fuck. Also, keep in mind, this is like a giga turbulent ocean. So, like, let's turn that down to 0.3. So now it's like relaxing beach vibes. Once it fills in, obviously. Let's go to the nice shoreline. Is the render texture stationary to the plane? The render target is following us around. But you can see we kind of... we have like a predetermined wave function. So like Gerstner waves. This is just running in the shader. And yeah, you can see here, this is the boundary of the actual simulated area. And so we use the edges, we set the edges of the simulation to match this exactly. And then we kind of like suggest, we kind of soft lerp it in here towards that as well. But then as we get closer to the shoreline, or the water depth becomes some value, we then let the full simulation take over. Okay, so this is more stable now. It's not very contrasty, though. Where was I... Oh, right, I'm not actually lerping the foam out anymore. I guess we'll call this the thing with the stuff. Also, foam shouldn't exceed 1, right? That should be delta. Delta Goodrum. Alright, so now the foam will fade out. But yeah, I just don't like this behavior here. I might try a... When we... Where's my advection stage? Fuck. Here. We'll just get water foam. And then get previous water foam. And... I don't just want to max them over one another, though. Well, no, this is the new water foam value. So I guess if we get the previous state multiplied by probably some factor of delta time and just ensure that it doesn't exceed. God, I don't know. Because, like, for each step... Yeah. So then we'll just choose the highest of the new values. And that should kind of fix the... Yeah. Like, it should essentially let it trail behind. Although then it's just going to be advected the next frame, right? What happens if I did this? Are we just going to get pure trails? Yes. Okay, that's actually good. Oh, like, it's not good, but it's, like, better than fucking nothing. So if we just got this... Maybe... inverse multiplied by delta time. Or we could lerp between them. So that it's more of like a smear advection. Because this is too... Yeah. Let me try a lerp. If delta time is the lerp value, that's really close to this. So we'd want to go like this, but then the old value can be the 1 value. That should act more... Okay, that's kind of the same thing. Oh no, because we didn't plug it in, because I'm dumb. Yeah, so that's more of a smear advection. Alright, I need to wee. I'm back. Skate Dan, how's it going? Alright, so this is a smearing lerp. If I just, like, hard-coded this to be O5, then it would be, like, fully... Yeah, yeah. That's probably... Does that change with delta time, though? Doing this kind of smearing, like, temporal lerp. Like, should it be delta time driven? Or does it not matter? No, it should matter, yeah. Delta time 20. That's cursed. Right, it should be delta time. What the fuck am I doing? Oh. Delta time. Oh, fuck. Okay, delta time multiplied by the guy. Well, I could just, yeah, do that. Alright, so now it's a smear advection. So it like half lerps, half smears. So that was 60, which means 100%. So that's just gonna smear, no advection. If it was by 1, it would be mostly advection. Yeah. So then how do I... Can I... What's T.max FPS 30? Oh, that doesn't work though with... Because I've got my frame rate crap. I haven't even tested this at different frame rates. Right, no fixed frame. Okay, so now we're at 30. It does look more smeary. I mean, it is stable though. It's quite nice. Let's go T.max FPS 90. And now it looks... Okay, no, it looks pretty much the same. Like the trailiness. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Let me start again from here. Okay, so I think this is... Well, this is because a lot of things, but... Let's try a cinematic 24 FPS. Oh, look, it actually resolves at 24 FPS. That's hilarious. Which type of game are you developing? Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. Okay, well, this seems to work. Let me go to maybe 10, and then that should obviously be saturated. Is that? Okay, yeah, so that's 100% smeared. Maybe it shouldn't be delta time dependent then. Like, that's more what I kind of want. But then it's just a bit... Well, okay, 30 would be 0.5. Let me just test that at multiple FPSs. Alright, so that's at 90 FPS. Looks decent. What about at 20, well, 30 FPS? Obviously the noise effect is still... That looks about the same. And then back to 60. Yeah, look, I think just fucking half-halfing it, right? Because at a lower FPS, the distance is greater. Like the advection distance, right? I don't know. People should just fucking be able to play this at 60 FPS. You know? And people that use the plugin should definitely be aiming for at least 60 FPS. Yeah, sorry, so the game's like an adventure simulator. So it's kind of like if you took RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress and you... RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress and you played as one character and it played as like an almost like top-down Dark Souls. But yeah, like with a fully simulated world. Well, I mean in multiple senses, you know, like simulated water, ha ha ha. I mean, this little side quest is for my plugin development. Which is like a module that I sell called Prismatiscape, which is like an all-in-one, you know, world interaction plugin. Programming is the game. Exactly. Top-down, multiplayer, battle royale, single-player, VR experience, trust me. Exactly. See, you guys get it. You get it. Cheers. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Universe simulator? I mean, it kind of is. So one of the one of the aims is to just have like a very agentic like AI. Not using like, you know, not using AI, but essentially all of the NPCs will almost, like, they'll have as much agency as the player does. If that makes sense. Oh yeah, hell yeah, of course a fishing minigame. Obviously. I'm not a sicko that's not going to put a fishing minigame in a game. I feel like this divergence threshold is too low. God, even with 200, it's a bit... I feel like this is good. But I need to, like, change it in here a bit. Oh, so I should probably do this bit first. Well, that goes at the end. This will get done to the previous amount of foam. Then add the new dude. Then put it there. So that way we can actually reach full 1 values. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no! Okay, why did that happen? Is it because we got a negative height value? I mean, that usually happens when we get a negative height value. Which I'm pretty sure can't happen. Move water around, bruh. Water flow wetness, water column height, max 0. Yeah. That was weird. I should probably do like a... I think that's a better speed. Yeah. Alright, well this is getting pretty decent. I still think, yeah, maybe divergence threshold should be lower. Just so these little bits get a bit of pizzazz going, you know? So maybe we'll go back down to 100. But a bit less of the advection lurk. Should be more than new value. What was this one? This was like the cheesy foam, right? Yeah. Wicked. Right, that's a... Alright, well, maybe... Okay. I think now that the water is in a good enough position to start fucking around with... the shader. Right? Like, actually making it not look stupid. Oh, that's why it's going all fucked. Is that... Since I started learning Unreal Engine back in 2020 during COVID, starting to use it now by following some courses. You share any references or courses you followed that you found useful. I just watch a lot of YouTube and just like never stop watching Unreal stuff, basically. That was kind of my method. Yeah, you just got to become obsessed, like unhealthily obsessed with Unreal. Some channels in particular, Matthew Wadstein has a really good series. The WTF Is series. Which is, like, really good. It's essentially, like, little tidbits of, like, what does this thing do? Or, like, how to, you know, get the distance between two positions. And just, like, you know, basic-ish stuff like that. A link. Just look up, I'll type it in the thingo. Matt Wadstein. Just search him up on YouTube. And then if you want more kind of involved kind of tutorials that, like, you know, like examples of making projects and stuff, Ryan Laley has a good channel where he does, like, more, I guess, like, explicit tutorials. Where it's like, yeah, here's how you would do, or here's how you could do this thing. And, you know, go through it video by video. Ryan Laley. But I guess the thing about, like, doing more, like, those kind of tutorials is that you don't really want to be, like, following tutorials to make your game, right? You want to follow tutorials, learn all the stuff from it, and then apply it to, you know, a project. Because, yeah, like some people look for tutorials on YouTube to, as in, like, a how-to guide to add this thing to their current game project, which is kind of like a bit, I don't know. You can just run into heaps of problems where it's like, oh, I've implemented this person's inventory system, and then this person has, like, you know, a weapon, an item system, but now they're just, like, totally, like, not compatible. So it's, yeah, it's always best to just make sure that you're using tutorials as learning experience. And, you know, you can pick up little tips and tricks from tutorials like that. But, yeah. Steven Ulibarri was on Udemy. I haven't used any, like, course thingos for Unreal myself, but I do know a lot of people have, like, used Udemy and, like, similar resources and had good results. My vids are amazing. Oh, thank you. Thank you. My videos aren't too bad. If you want to learn materials and particles, I would recommend Prismatica Dev. He's pretty cool, if I do say so myself. Water flow isn't a real variable anymore, so that can just die. Die. Time to die. Die. Time to die. Wait, what did I just delete? I see. That was dumb. There we go. Yeah, I've done some... I guess it's more like tech art related things. I tend not to do much like code tutorials. Just because it's a bit... I don't know. There's just so many ways to program things. And yeah, I don't really like trying to tell people that like, oh, this is the best way to code something. Whereas with materials and stuff, it's like, it's all just art. Like if it looks good, it looks good. I need this fall off to be softer, like coming into this simulated zone. Where's the edging? Edge lerps, here we go. Well, see, the thing is, right, if I'm doing soft lerps here, do I really need to do this giga fall off? Like, I feel like, yeah, it'll just look more natural if it's like this. Where, like, yeah, on this surface, it's maybe just cubic or something. Just so, like, the transition into the fully simulated zone doesn't affect the wave, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want this wave here to just, like, hit the simulated zone, and then it's like, ooh, you know, we're like this. You can, like, see it coming into it here. Which I don't like. Maybe, I think linear might be the way to go, honestly. Because again, if all of this is getting soft lerped, like these waves here, getting soft lerped into the thing. So like, yeah, we can affect it anyway. I mean, that's pretty decent. Well. I mean, that does look the most natural. And that's with, what, a 5 meter fall off, I think? Yeah. I also need to fix this. Because, like, when there's water up on something... Like, if I did this... Oops, sorry, fella. Right, okay, you move there, and then put that under. And then, yeah, if we, like, made something rise up out of the water... Are you gonna move with... No, I guess it doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, cool, like, that's sick, whatever. But... if it was up here... Let me just wait for it to fill over. If it did, like, this... then, like, it just goes really fucking fast. It didn't look terrible, but I don't know. That's a really fast filling as well. Although I guess it is in the simulated or non-simulated zone. Right, because I guess we have the that clamping that stops it from just going like giga fucking fast, you know. But I would like to stop it from getting too fucked up, going down giant steps like that. Yeah. But yeah, definitely need to spawn particles when that happens, which is easy to like mask. I mean, that looks kind of dope. Yeah, you know, I think I like the linear fall off. Let me just go to the divergence. Calculation. Also, wouldn't it be cool if... No one's ever done this before. Hold on. Okay, that's a little bit too extreme. Imagine this, but with Lumen. Whoa. Crazy. Luminescent allular? Yeah, exactly. That's the idea. Swag. Cool. Well, yeah, I think this is getting there. It's definitely getting somewhere. I wonder if that ribbing gets solved by doing the by doing this. And obviously just, well, let's try 3. Kernel 3. I mean, it's less fucked. Let's just try a 1. I mean, yeah, that kind of fixes it. I mean, it's not that important, but... The other thing I could try is, doing some... temporal smoothing with the water height, just so, like, this kind of weird disappearingness doesn't... I don't know. Yeah, like that. Like, why does it disappear? How's it disappear? Wowzers disappear. Doesn't make sense. I wonder if I can... Hold on. When I ready the water render targets, right? What if I got the water... Wait, what the fuck did I call it? Just like get divergence. Water... No, fuck. Okay, well... Float. Water... I think it's called water velocity divergence. Yeah. Let's grab it from here. Yeah. Because, like, I'm wondering, right? What if I... What if I add the divergence to the water column height? You know, or like up here, into the z value. So divergence multiplied by, I mean, if I do it by like 20 and then add that in to this guy, we should see like some bumps where there is divergence at 100. Hello. Oh wait, did I name it properly? Water. Oh, it's a fucking. Fucky. Okay. Now it's gonna look dumb, but yeah. Okay, you can see these little like little hiccups, right? But I feel like adding like a tiny little bump like that would help. Almost, yeah, like a little kind of wave break happening right where the foam is doing shit. Yeah, no. You know. Makes it a little bit more 3D, I guess. That'll also help with, like here, where, yeah, kind of smacks up on it. Anyway, I think this is a good amount of foam to have in the render target, and then what I can do is, like, mask it by different things, right? So, like, this kind of goopy looking shit. Well, I could do it more like, you know, fuck off. I can be like, okay, this like, nice kind of, flibbity-gibbity foam. I probably want it to just be like this, right? Just, like, get the thing... And, like, you know, nice and kind of... kind of like the bubbles underneath the surface as well. But then we can be like, okay, well, let's get this and, like, power of 2. Power of 2 multiplied by 2. Saturated. And then let's get this one. And then add that, or probably max that over. So then it'll be like this kind of nice washy foam, but with like the more goopy foam right in the middle. You know? Maybe not even that. Maybe just like... So yeah, we can like mix all these foams and shit together. With different amounts. Based on like different strengths. So yeah, we've got like the kind of this nice foam where it's like grey. And then there's actually like some texture, you know, after that. Anyway, yeah, water is water, I guess. I don't know. Looks cool, man. Which always makes me feel smart. I have no idea what's going on. You know what? Neither do I. So, you're not alone. Cheers, Benny. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think I'll actually, like, do the water shader soon, TM. But yeah, this would look dope as fuck once there's actually a, you know, like a wetness and a dripping shader on, you know, the land and whatnot. I have to write all of these as material functions as well, just so, like, people can, you know, use them. So what happens if I put the ocean waves up to very big? Now we're talking. Yeah, this is all part of the plugin, or will be part of the plugin. I don't know what's happening here, right? Like, this suckage? Why is there so much suck happening? Is that because of the velocity lerping? Or is it because of the height kind of falling apart? You know what I mean? What the fuck is happening here, brother? Yeah, this, like, really big suck. Right. Let's go here. Yeah, it's a big, like, this here. So, yeah, but it should be more, like, from the peak over there. It's just, like, a very sudden suckage, you know? Let me just double check. Where's my edging? Edging lerps. So this is the height assistance. And then the velocity assistance is 1. So this is saying, like, set the height of the waves to match the WPO function. Except, you know, in here. And yeah, we're still getting suckage. Still getting lots and lots of suck. So now if we do this, it's not as... Well, no, yeah, there's still suck. So is it because the velocity lerping is doing something? Or is it just a natural part, yeah, of the actual waves? How the waves work. It looks like it is just how the waves work. Well, what does it look like from not fucking here? The other thing could just be that my my like Gerstner wave. Let's just say always go to this. Maybe my Gerstner wave function is just like fucked. Like this looks like they're the wrong shape. This is like being hard set to the wave velocity and height. And it just like doesn't look, it looks like, yeah, the steepness is like negative. Like you look over here at the ones in the WPO and it's like, yeah, they're like steep. But these look like they're bulging rather than pointing. Is that just because when I'm projecting them, I am sucking my own, maybe it's this, minus into there? That looks better. Right? That looks better. It looks steeper. Yeah, I think I was just projecting them wrong. Although now it's doing weird shit here. I mean, this is normal, because, yeah, it's just very... What OS are you using? I'm using Windows 10. Right, I think that was the problem. So that's why we're getting suck. Let me just bring one of these guys over. It's kind of hard to... Can I set you to movable? And also don't draw to any RVTs, thank you. Yeah, that's 100% it. Yeah, that's like pretty much 1-to-1. Fuck yeah. Okay. That's good. That is very good, in fact. So I wonder if our waves are just gonna like do good shit now. If they'll just kind of behave more wave-like. Like, in theory, we should get more crashing and whatnot, because, like, they should be steeper to begin with. Yeah, bish. Yeah, now they're just sucking... like, sooner. Oh, yeah. That's sexual. I mean, if I lerp between this and that with like a softer fall off, this will look like pretty much fucking like, you know what I mean? And we're getting some really nice, yeah, fall off down the back. Like that. Technically, we're getting, like, see how this is, like, breaking? So, like, we have high divergence, and it's the front side of the wave, and all that kind of stuff. If we just add particles onto this, like, we're fucking... We're surfing. We are surfing, MF. So I wonder now if I lerp it less hard, like height-wise, whether it's still... Because the thing is, right, that, yeah, the back suck then pushes against the incoming wave, and it, like, makes it epic style. Yeah, if we assist the height more, then yeah, it's like really fucking crazy. Yeah, I think we're onto something. I think we're on crack. Okay, what if there was no velocity assistance? Like, just purely height? Would it then... Okay, it does still act Gerstnery. It acts very Gerstnery. Maybe a little too much? What if I told it to chill out? That just looks kind of boring. Maybe I'll just let it do it. One, yeah. Okay, so this is like, yeah, maximum waveage. Oh, this is like part... Okay, well, we can go up to like here. See what happens. Look at the... Yeah, it's getting very confused now. This probably looks like fucking shit on, with my bitrate. Yeah, dope. I think this is quite good. And yeah, now it's just about doing particles and shit. Oh, obviously, I need to do the shader properly. But yeah, we get some like really dope interaction with the shoreline. We get like almost breaking waves doing their thing. And if we go... Let me just move that guy down. Over here... Then yeah, like on like a beach. Can you like stop shooting piss around? Piss man? Oh, is the dryness never... Sorry, the wetness. Where does wetness get donezo? It's not here. It's when we move water around. Right, move the water. Figure out the flow. No, it's move the water. Move water around bruh. Stage. Yeah, we then max that. Max with the new value, so this just needs to... just... Should it... I feel like it should be like linearly fade out, right? I don't know why this happens either. Like, where the fuck did that come from, huh? It's just like all these little stray values. Oh, that's probably from the WPO clipping through here. Somehow. Can't do this. Looks more or less painful than Blender Fluid Sim. This is probably way more painful because you have to do it from scratch. There's no like... There isn't really like a fluid system in Unreal. There's a compute shader system where, you know, you get a grid of like particles. And then you tell it to do a bunch of stuff. You know, for each particle, look at the surrounding particle, or, you know, for each cell, look at the, you know, the up, down, left, right cells. And, you know, do some magic and whatever. Whereas I think in Blender, it's more like Blender has its own... you know, its own kind of template, and you can adjust the parameters and whatnot. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this is going. I think this is a good direction, where it's like assisted by the pre-computed or the deterministic waves. And then we hand it off to fully simulated zones based on distance to obstacles and shit. But that way, like, yeah, we've still got these waves, but we can still do, you know, stuff and, like, affect those waves to some degree. So I think this is like it's a good blend of like having control over the waves, but also getting all the nice interaction stuff. Like, the waves crashing off of this and like zhuzhing backwards. The other thing is that we can very easily simulate tides doing this. Like literally all we need to do is... I guess I could do it in the ocean, man. Hmm. Yeah. But yeah, tides would be really easy to do now. Because, like, we have the baseline level. This. You know what, let me do that here. Oh, my audio just crashed. I'm alive again. Let's just do like ocean tide offset. That is an exposed fella. And then I'll just do it here, ocean tide offset. And then we'd probably want to do that in here as you know what, I'll fucking do it. I'll fucking do it. You dumb dog. Surface resolution. Another scalar value. Fuck, this is getting big. Scalar. Ocean tide. Fuck up. Ocean tide offset. Right, and then in here, new fella, float, ocean tide offset. We go to our prismatic Gerstner waves. And we... Well, here, when we're getting world... This is getting at the original RVT values, which we don't want to fuck with. That's why we're doing an offset to the RVT value. So then... Here... Oh, what the fuck are you? Ocean wave direction? Here, direct these nuts. And we want to do all this. We then want to... I could just add it to the WPO. You know what? Fuck it, I'll do it. Float, water, tide, oh, sorry, ocean, tide, offset. That does need to be an input, so I'm just going to water wave WPO, subtract, make vector. I guess I should add this guy into there, then you into there. That does its thing, that does its thing. You can piss up, I guess, yeah. So is this still how fluid flux works? Kind of. I think fluid flux and also fluid ninja can do it at least, but they tend to use like a finite fixed volume for their like water simulations. I mean, Fluid Ninja is more of a fluid simulation framework that deals with like gases and dust and like a bunch of different VFX. Fluid Flux is probably the closest thing to what I'm doing. I did ask him for some advice because I was kind of at a roadblock, and he definitely like pointed me in a much better direction. So this is similar in a lot of ways, except that the simulation's moving around with us. So, like, over here, we're not simulating anything. What we will be doing is, you know, having the, like, just the regular WPO stuff happening. And then we blend that into this. But no matter where we go, like, even if I go, you know, all the way over here, where this, like, river and whatnot is. I forget where it is. Where? Oh, right, I made this big again, didn't I? Okay. So, yeah, like, here, cool, we've got, like, the shoreline, the cool stuff happening. If I then go all the way over to here, it's like, okay, well, aside from that waterfall, you know, there's still water, and it's all simulated. So, it can end up being really performant because it's like, it's a low resolution, well, relatively low resolution simulation, but the simulation zone follows us around. And it works for, like, I mean, I haven't even tested. This is the first time I'm seeing it working with rivers. But, you know, just like Todd Howard, it just works. It's a bit fast, but, you know. It's very nice and bouncy as well, like water. Well, it's basically top-down view. Yeah, essentially, like, I can show you the render targets. So these here are the actual, like, simulation happening. So this is the velocity of the water. The B channel is the foam amount. The A channel is the water depth, I believe. Or like, yeah, the column height. At least a debugger for it. Not a big ball. How does it handle objects in the water that are out of the zone? So, currently it just does nothing. Now, let me grab a Charlie ball as well. Get some balls happening in the ball zone. So yeah, things that are outside of the zone just don't draw to anything. But the buoyancy, once I've got buoyancy, obviously, the buoyancy will still work based on the WPO waves. So, in the simulation zone, we'll be reading from, you know, exactly what we're seeing, which is this render target and these velocities and whatever. But then, for outside of the simulation zone, we'll be well, we could read from this render target, which is the wave's velocity and height and whatnot. Or we could do a CPU calculation, because we know what function these waves are using, because I wrote it. You know, it's like just a bunch of material bullshit, but we can just like copy that in a function on the CPU for things that are like really far away. And we only have to compute it for, like, you know, however many buoyancy points there are. So, like, a raft might have 4, 1 on each corner. Maybe 1 in the middle. And then, yeah, it would be able to know that, okay, well, this side of the raft is at this water level, and this side of the raft is up on top of the wave. And so, like, the buoyancy will do its thing. So that's CPU side. And then, yeah, we'd have a far range GPU, like, callback method. And then in here, it would be purely GPU. I look weird. We look from a distance, right? It shouldn't really. Like, if you know, we look at this guy, aside from the weird artifacting going on. Is that from... I wonder what that's coming from, that weird hump. I don't like the hump. But yeah, if you look from, like, here, it's pretty much like... I guess with waves, yeah, you're not really going to be able to see past the simulated zone anyway, just because the waves are, like, high and whatever. But yeah, this bit here, imagine that it is this. I just haven't implemented it yet. Imagine this, but it doesn't suck. Actually, I can probably just lift this guy up. And, like, I don't know, do this. Or something. I don't fucking know. Just, yeah, imagine, like this. So here's, like, our simulated zone. Here's the WPO version. And imagine that they smoothly blend into one another. So yeah, you shouldn't be able to tell where the simulation starts and ends, because it'll be so, like, seamlessly blended. Fuck, I'm stoked. I'm giga stoked. This is looking pretty decent. Right, I wanted to do the tides. Ocean tide offset, ocean tide offset. Compile, da-da-da. Go here. So in theory, I should be able to change the tide. Where's our ocean manager? Cruiser just pushed the button 1.0 release. Hell yeah. What a giga chat. Imagine... Oh, developing a game and releasing it. That's, like, crazy. Okay, tide offset. So we could do low tide. There we go, low tide. Minus 1.4 meters. Oh, is that a bug? Maybe. Yeah. And then high tide. But we can even have the tide extend out. Well, hold on. So let's say we're up on this like kind of rock pooly thing going on. And then tide. Oh fuck, the tide's coming in. 2 meter, a tidal wave? So now the tide's 2 meters higher. But it should act the exact same. In theory. Oh no, because I guess maybe our simulation zone isn't... I mean, that's... Right, because I think our sim zone doesn't take the tide into account. It only takes the... Right, because we... Yeah, we hide... Yeah, okay. Well... Anyway, it'll need a bit of love, but yeah. It should work with tides and that kind of stuff. This is way with boats Windmaker style, whilst the water from the boat's interior too. Yes, but am I gonna? Oh, I actually had a really cool Does Prismatiscape really include water stuff? No, Prismatiscape is everything. I wonder if... Let me go to the original test level. And I'll turn all the wind and the deform on. Turn everything back on. I also really want to test out doing staggered simulation updates with linear interpolation. Yeah, so I just had an idea then, a brain blast about doing the boat interior stuff. So with the single layer water shader, it's single layer, right? So if you made another single layer water material that had no refraction and it had 0 opacity, so it was invisible, you could use that to mask out the single layer water without having to do like a scene capture and have a texture masking out. And you could do it for like any number of things. Let me just try that really quickly because that sounds lit. So you just have to have like a plane that... Fuck, actually, if that works... Then I'm really smart. There's still a bit of... What's that smearing from? Is it just because of the fuckery? Almost find ambient occlusion. Okay, there's a little bit of like... What's that from, though? Why is it doing that? Well, yeah, anyway, you could use this to do... like... Yeah, the boat mask. That's actually a nice hack. Like, taking advantage of the single layer water. Do I have any boats? Boat? Ship? No, I've got textures for a boat, but not an actual boat. Curious, is YouTube the one being restreamed or Twitch? Neither. They're both... So I stream to restream, and then restream shoots it to YouTube and Twitch. So here's one issue, Benny, but I know the fix for it. Let's just get... Let me get, like, something... Sorry, I was going to show what the plugin is about. But I've just, like, got totally sidetracked. Alright, where did it go? There it is. Okay, so imagine... dragons. So, you know, imagine we've got, like, a boat, right? And this is, like, the top of the boat. But, like, occasionally the water, the waves get too high, and they, you know, they clip over the top of it. What we could do is do a camera offset. Of like negative 200 or something. So that will bring it towards us. Wrong way. Okay, it should be 200. So that'll bring it towards the camera without any, like, without changing the perspective. Does that make sense? It's probably easier to show with, like, a cube. So if I gave this, like, a fucking full opacity or whatever. Okay, so if I've got this here, but I put this... So, like, this is clearly behind this thing, right? Maybe I'll make it red. Yeah, that's what I'm about to explain, Astrid. So we've got red cube behind this thing. But if we put camera offset to like, I don't know, 1,000 or something, 10 meters. Okay, well, imagine that the clamp wasn't... You know what, it should probably be the clamp version. Okay, so now, like, yeah, okay, this is in front of this. But as I, like, move around here, it's like... It's in front of it. Obviously, the bounding box is kind of getting fucked, but... So yeah, it's like a weird perspective trick. So as this moves... As the camera offset increases... So this is at 0, but then as I move it up... You can see that it's going to start clipping through here. But it isn't changing the perspective at all. So it just moves all of the verts towards the camera. Yeah, yeah. Like if you shot if you shot traces from the point, you can't see my finger, from this point of the screen to this point, you know, to this vertex, and then move the vertex along that point, then the perspective wouldn't change, even if you moved it closer. And you can obviously move them, you know, back the other way as well. So, like, this is clearly behind this, but then when I do this, it's like, okay, well, it's still behind it. It's very trippy. You know? So, the idea is that you can use that to your advantage to do this single layer water masking shit. So that, like, you know, if the water is WPOing over the top of the boat, then, you know, you can let it sit on top. And obviously, like, it's not going to look like a big red plane or whatever, because... Let me actually just put it where it's supposed to be. Like here-ish. Yeah, because it's 0 opacity, then it's just going to look like a hole in the water. Obviously, I've positioned it poorly, but... There's a bit of ghosting, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, cool idea. Very cool idea. I'll need to remember that one. Right, so the plugin. Let me just get rid of all this shit that I just, like, yeeted up around the place. There's, like, actual nightmare fuel. Right, we're uncovering the plugin bit by bit. We're really digging through it. I feel like I'm, like, deleting history, you know? This was all, like, my journey towards the perfect water simulation. At least I've got it documented in the VODs. Okay, plug in. Let's see if it still works. Pardon me. Is it not possible to clip the water mesh like how a water plugin instead of this? I don't know how it does it. I don't know if it does it with like render targets. Because if it does do it with render targets, then this is way more performant. But maybe it does it with, I don't know, just culling the verts. Although culling the verts would have like little edging artifacts, probably. Yeah, so the plugin is an all-in-one interlinked interaction plugin. So it handles big foliage. Like this. Keep in mind, this is all just shader-based. There's no bones or anything going on. This, just ignore that water for now. This is just an example of like the level of interaction that we can get. Oh, there's also going to be some fuckery. Let me just turn off the water. Yeah. That should be fine now. Oh. Okay, cool. Yeah, so interaction with foliage is kind of where it all started. It can be used to do like particle interaction as well. Where's the input buffer isn't being... Here it is. Pardon me. So yeah, it's about like interacting on like a massive scale with like heaps of shit. So like all of these leaves we can interact with, you know, with our feet. And the wind. Oh, that's the other thing. Okay, so wind. There's a wind simulation. So for things like spells or explosions or just like sword effects and whatever. I think I do a little exploder here. Yeah, a little poof. So every blade of grass is, you know, interactable. Which kind of sounds fucked up to say out loud, but every blade of grass, you know, bends independently. Wind, yeah. So the wind is just, again, a render target that you sample in the shader as just a texture. Like that. And then, yeah, so massive foliage interaction, wind stuff. You can use it for like kind of dust, like sand, dust stuff. And yeah, like it scales, or like the simulation is a fixed cost. So it doesn't really matter if, you know, there's like 1,000 of these bushes. They can all be interacted with at once without like incurring any additional cost. So these are just interacting with the wind and with the bubble. Just the bubble interactor, which is just this. Probably looks really shit on stream because of the bitrate. But yeah, so like the deform inputs draw to the wind. So if I start moving really fast, then my character will just naturally produce wind. Or like a car, so you don't have to like explicitly say draw to the wind and to the deform. The deform input also draws to the wind simulation. And then the wind simulation draws to the water simulation. So, you know, the wind can push the foam around on the water, and if the wind is like great enough, or like if there's an explosion, then it can actually push the water around as well. So they all kind of link in together, weave in and out, and all that kind of stuff. Obviously the water is under construction. I've just turned it off for now, but you saw how the water was? Oh, this is developed for the game, already playing. Developed for the game, but I figured it would make a good plugin. Because, you know, people are always looking for cool interaction systems and whatnot. And I mean, I just wanted it to be affordable for, like, hobbyist developers. So it's very, like, aimed towards intermediate users. People that kind of know their way around the engine and kind of know how materials work, but they don't want to do, like, all the heavy lifting and shit. And, like, people that are making, you know, itch.io games, and just want to take the visuals to the next level. So it's only $35 for the plugin, which I might be raising the price once the water is in there. Hint, hint. Little nudge, nudge. Visually, what I say, what's next for this plugin? For the plugin, not much. Oh, there's also like the blood. There's also the blood. Let me find the VOD. Where's Blood Dev? Bloodscape for the Blood Dev. Here we go. So this here. This was from like a couple of weeks ago. I was just dicking around with some ideas. Yes, Super Meat. Yeah, exactly. So the idea is that the paint layer, the paint simulation, can interact with the wind, and you know, it can drip into the water and then be advected by the water and like diffuse through the water and color the water and stuff. So if you've got like a battle happening in like a swamp, then like the blood will just be doing blood stuff in the water. But yeah, the thing is with doing these like GPU simulations is that you can't really choose, like it's a fixed cost. So like if there's no blood on screen and I'm still running the blood simulation, it still costs performance. You know, like for all of these empty pixels over here, the wind is still being calculated at any given point. So there's a lot of like, I mean, obviously I want it to be as cheap as possible for my own game. But yeah, obviously like you can scale the resolution down a ton. I can probably like go 0.75 on this wind simulation and it won't look any different. Same with like the water can probably be half resolution and still be totally fine. Like in here. Right, I turned it off, didn't I? Let me turn all the other stuff off real quick while we work on the water. And I'll turn wind, deform off. But yeah, like we've got this water doing water stuff. Looking real cool, you know, doing some cool waves and whatever. But if I go to the manager, I go to the water, and I turn it down to 256 by 256. So this is like very low res. Aside from that little explosion, like it kind of looks no different, right? For the water velocity, anyway. Obviously, we won't be able to get as much detail in like the cracks here and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I might do the water velocity at this resolution, because I feel like this is fine. Like the water flow and velocity, and considering that it's probably one of the more expensive thingos. I don't know. What's it look like if it's half that again? 128 by 128. Is that gonna look like hilarious, or? I mean, it looks fine. This is our water simulation now. So yeah, this is pretty much dirt cheap now, if it's at this resolution. I mean, this is also like why I want it to work with every resolution. These bands are really fucking annoying, but YOLO. Because yeah, like you could scale this as like an in-game setting. You know, if you're trying to target 60 FPS, you'd be able to turn down, water simulation detail. Or just like water quality or whatever. Because like, what's 128 by 128? That's like, like 10K, isn't it? 16K. So what? 16,000 GPU particles. Not much. Simulation costing milliseconds. At the moment, it is less than 1 millisecond at this resolution. Oh no, half a millisecond at this resolution, doing this water stuff. If I had it at max resolution, which I would say the max is 512 by 512, it's probably like nearly 2 milliseconds. Oh no, what? Oh wow, you're really not happy there, are you? You're like 4 milliseconds. Although I am doing a lot of unneeded stuff. Like sampling RVTs every single frame for every pixel. It's back down at, yeah, it's about 3 milliseconds at this resolution. But yeah, like there's so much stuff that doesn't need to be done in multiple stages and all that kind of stuff. What's multiplied by 7.5? 384. It's probably the sweet spot of like detail and thingo. And yeah, that's like 2 milliseconds, so I don't know, there's a lot of tidying up to do. The other thing you can do is, if you need the detail level, I feel like you can make the simulation zone smaller, like in third or first person. Because like in my game, it's, you know, 20 meters. But if you make that smaller, then the resolution, or the you know, perceived resolution is higher. So yeah, there'll be a lot of nice optimizations to do. The other thing is that I should be able to run the simulation at like every second frame. Max FPS 30. So yeah, at 30 FPS, this is totally like stable. So what's going to happen at 15 though. If they're running at, okay, at 15 I'm pretty sure if I clamped some values then it shouldn't diverge like that. But yeah, at 30 FPS, you know, literally looks the exact same. So what I could do is run the simulation on frame A. And then on frame B, I would just do a linear interpolate from the step before that to this one of, you know, the final render target. Yeah, just the render target. So the simulation would be a frame behind, but it would halve the cost, or almost halve the cost, because obviously doing a linear interpolate for each pixel is costly. So yeah, it would be interesting to see how far that can get stretched, as long as the simulation's stable. You know, if you're targeting 90 FPS, then you could run it every third frame. Although you wouldn't want to run all of it, like every simulation on the third frame. You'd want to do the water on frame A, and then, you know, the deform, wind, surface, whatever, on frame B, and then the paint and the water ripples on frame C or whatever, and just like try and spread it out so that the same amount of work is being done each frame. And then, yeah, interpolate between it. Also, meet map this, simulate high res near the character, low far away. Sort of. I've thought about like an indexing scheme. Like, because the trouble is, right, so like with MIP mapping, it's more about like having it look good further away. But in our case, we can't really... Like the grid 2D system, you just get a grid of, you know, particles or cells. And so... And they're just... It's a one-dimensional array. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, etc., etc. And so you could do, like, yeah, a lower resolution one like this, but you end up wasting a bunch of space in the middle of it. And, you know, and then you have to deal with, like, doing handoff. So, like, let's say this was double these ones. You have to, like, feed this into there and this into there. And stuff. But yeah, what I was thinking is you could how do I even put this? So you could do this kind of thing, right? Where it's like, okay, the highest density is in the middle. Let's do like 8. That's 4. Fuck it, we do 4. And then outside of this, it becomes, you know, this resolution. For however many thingos. I mean, one of the main problems is like, I mean, you can do this with like UV. How do I put it? So like the under the hood, they would all still be just numbered, you know, 0 up through 10,000 or whatever. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck, I don't know. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And you'd write some kind of like modulo algorithm thingo that, you know, every time you go 2 cells in from the edge, you know that it's gone down a resolution or some shit. I don't fucking know. And then you just have to write a function to like get, like a wrapper function for like, you know, get the adjacent cell. If it's going from this guy to get this value, then you'd probably need it to return 2 values and then get the average of them. So that if it's like this guy, get me this fella, you know, it would get both of the, like, the average of these two. Whereas if you had this guy going here, it would get the average of this thing twice, which is just this thing. Or if this guy was going to get its neighbor, it would get maybe an interpolated value between this guy and this guy. But that's like giga advanced. I mean, you could... You could just do, yeah, like simulation in simulation. Like grid in grid. But instead of the iteration source being the grid, as in like this big grid, it could just be a custom iteration source, which is the dimensions of the grid, or like the length of the grid, so the number of times it needs to iterate, minus the number of cells that this would take up, and then you write a function that, you know, for 0, 1, 2, blah, 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 when it gets to here, it knows that the position is actually here, and you know, that way it won't actually iterate on the cells in the middle. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, my voice is like DIYing. Means dying. So this world could be simulation. This would be simulation inside simulation times 2. Yeah, exactly. I'm just completing the cycle. Ugh. I'm thirsty. Do I have any? No, I have bottle though. Anyway, this is kind of cool. I think I like this method of, like, yeah, lerping towards the target waves, because it means that, yeah, like a ship or something can still, like, crash through a wave, like, you know? That looks dope. Yeah, so I think next time I stream, I'll actually do the water shader. Or maybe we'll do particles first. Figure out particle spawning and whatnot. I did see that Mr. Fluid Flux replied to me. I wonder if he has any ideas about particle spawn. I did have an idea, actually. Spawn particles randomly in certain areas, track their positions, removing them faster when there's no fluid movement. Alternatively, they can be spawned in camera view and repositioned. The camera view, yeah. Design validation using small-scale grid. For example, by randomizing positions, incrementing value in a cell when water is detected. Implement a similar method of audio detection. True. Yeah, actually, I was thinking of that for audio. Yeah, one thing I was thinking, right, for the particle spawning, right? Oops. Need to make that not fucked up. When I do, like, for example, this divergence calculation, I could, in theory, I don't know how well it works, but so the current, like, dilemma with spawning particles from a render target is that, let's say I wanted to spawn splash particles. So when there is foam being generated, so, like, for example, you know, these wave crests here, and I want to spawn particles at these locations. Essentially, all you can really do is just, like, randomly spawn particles everywhere, and then if it doesn't meet that criteria of, you know, foam value greater than 0.5 or whatever, then you kill it immediately. But you still have to go through that spawning process, and when you've got something as, like, you know, something as, like, thin as these parts here, where the foam is spawning, you kind of don't want to, like... You have to set the spawn rate to, like, 20,000 per second. Like, something ridiculous. So what if, when I calculate the divergence in the first place, I add a location, so the location of that pixel, to a Niagara interface. only for those pixels. I think you can do that. I know there's like an array, you know, like get array. You know, vector array. And then you can add, you know, something to the thing, skip add. When enabled, we will not add an element to the array. So like I could do this and be like, okay, add particle at this location to this array, but don't add it if, you know, if foam value less than fucking whatever. Less than some bullshit. 69. So that way, each frame, we should get an array populated. Like a list of locations where we want to spawn stuff without having to, like, like, brute force locations. Yeah. So that way it would be super accurate. I don't know what the cost of doing this, though, is. Whether it can even be done in parallel, like on the GPU. I'm not sure. The other option is to like generate a, I guess you could do like a rolling scan over the render target. So you could like, yeah, scan over every 8th pixel per frame. So you'd essentially be sampling, let's see, for something this size, 384 by 384 divided by 8. That's still a bit too much. 18,000 per frame just to spawn some fucking particles. Yeah, I don't know. The other thing is if you know there are going to be particles spawning, you know, around a rock or a character or another rock, you could set up a volume, or, you know, set up a particle system that has a much lower spawn rate, but still samples the render target when it, you know, spawns the things. That way it's like, you know, over here, where there's like no foam, because it's just like still water, it's not even going to bother trying to spawn them there. Whereas here, where we know there's going to be some foam and shit happening, we could do that. Same with like the shoreline. I don't know. There's one other thing. In like water velocity render target, where are you? Where's the actual thingo? Where's the damn button? I swear there's supposed to be like an extra... Right, here. I didn't know you could override the target filter. That's funny. Get some fucking Valheim water. Hey, what the fuck? Why is it? Eh? Oh, right, size. Anyway, yeah, you can MIP map generate. Yeah, that's funny. I can actually do it. Alright. Default, yeah. Right, so MIP map generation. MIP map generation. This will be generated after each stage where the interface is written to after all stages have been run. MIP generation type. Gaussian 9 texel filter. What does this do? Yeah, so you can like MIP render targets essentially. But like I don't know if that costs much more or whatever. Like yeah, how does MIPing work? What is does MIP? It isn't basically free. Skips pixels. Skips pixels and interpolates between them? But like blurring is expensive, right? Right? Depends on the method. Okay. But what would I need MIPing for again? Right, to read at a lower MIP. So this is like a 6x6 value. I wish it could do like a maximal. Well, yeah, yeah, okay. If doing a MIP is cheap, then yeah, if this is like that's definitely not 6. That's 96 by 96. 28 by 28 or something. Result is taken from whatever text of the sample lies on, aka point sampling. See, I don't know if point sampling would... Yeah, no, you're right, yeah. And that's just linear. I mean, it seems to kind of preserve at least some, like... Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Like, yeah, maybe that initial, or that low-res MIP could be used to iterate over to get, like, general zones. So, like, you know, let's say it's like a 32 by 32 thing. That's like 1,000 instructions. So we iterate 1,000 times to check which cells we would spawn particles in, spawn a bunch of particles in each cell, and then cull them based on, you know, the full resolution one. But then is that any different to just scanning over each frame, you know, skipping pixels? Because, like, that way at least you would then guarantee that you'd hit every thing. I don't know. I might try I think I'll try the pixel skipping method. Anyway, that should be inherit and yeah, so is this buildable or editor only? No, this is like running real time. This is game. We're gaming. We're swinging. We're doinking. We're doing infinite extent. This ain't no virtual production, you know. This is a package version. Well, no, I'm developing it, so this is in the editor. But yeah, it does run in package builds. I mean, that's kind of the point, right? It's just a simple Niagara system. We are splooshing. We are splaunching. You know what would be cool? If I did the what's it called? Somebody put his body only someone with a mental disorder would do this. Well, you know, that's me. That's me. I have a mental disorder and it's called wanting money. It's called money. I make the big bucks. I paid taxes last year doing this plugin. It's like 3 months of work, and then all of a sudden I'm paying tax. I've broken the tax threshold. I'm technically not living in poverty. Taxes are optional, yes. I don't believe in taxes. Lame. Taxes are for lame wads. What the fuck was I doing here? Right, I wanted to get... Fuck, I'm getting dizzy. I need to, like, stop in a sec. Oh, no, because we don't have the shader set up. I mean, if I did this but everywhere... Well, you know what, hold on. Alright. If I do water flow, figure out the flow. Water height. Oh no, that's water height flow. We move water around, bruh. So delta time multiplied some tiny little baby number. And we're just going to add that to the water column height. Which means we should just get water everywhere gradually over time. Yeah, we're getting some water in here, doing watery things. So imagine it's like raining or some shit. Where's the... Here. Oh look, it's doing. Oh no, he's running off. You can't escape. The world is flooding. Yeah, dope. Dope bope. Pardon me. Look, it's literally just a river formed out of nothing. I didn't make this river. I didn't make this shit. It's just vibe check. It's kind of cool. Oh, I keep burping. That looks like an erosion sim. mean, I guess this is literally how erosion sims work, right? So yeah, this is what happens when it's like torrential raining. We just add water at every location, every frame. And we just end up with this kind of shit. Alright, fool, just calm down. Just relax. Use Hereditary to simulate erosion on terrain. Nah. Illegal. It's banned. Also, this looks dope. Like, look at this. We're just getting some swoosh bush. We're swooshing. Oh, wrong button. .24 FPS. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does. It stays stable. I wonder what the value is that, like, at 20 FPS, it diverges and becomes, like, giga-fucked, you know? Like, I wonder what's causing it. Maybe it's the... It could be the advection length. Maybe the advection length needs to be clamped. Yeah, and now it's just going nuts. So at 15 FPS, it kind of dies. Back to 90 FPS? Wow, look, it's nice. Also, I wonder why this is pulsating. I think it's because of this, like the waves. I don't know. Oh, now I can't even fucking input. Huh? Very confusion. Cool. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Frig this shit. When's we finally going to give us runtime vertex paint with nanite support? Likely never, because I don't even think nanite can handle, like, editor vertex paint. It has to use mesh paint, which is like a per mesh, or I think it's per cluster, like virtual texture kind of thing. It's essentially like vertex paint, but it's like a It's like a texture rather than vertex data. So yeah, I don't know. Nanite needs a bit of work. Nanite needs a little bit of work, but anyway, thanks everyone for hanging. Let me get the... Oh, we're going to be raiding Krim, who literally just released his game called Suit for Hire. So I recommend you all hang around. Where the fuck? First Crimson. There we go. Yeah. Everyone stick around. Enjoy his stream. Maybe buy his game. I think it's pretty cheap. I think it's cheap. But yeah. Might not stream tomorrow, but I might not. But yeah, anyway, I need water. I need medication. I feel dizzy. So, with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. And to all the YouTubes, thank you very much for YouTubing with me. And with that,